Hey, leave her alone. Leave her alone. Leave her alone. I know you love her, but she doesn't want to be bothered. Hey. This is weird. It was so different. Can you guys see the whole banner? I also cannot pin any. I don't think I can pin anything here. Let me see. Or maybe I can. Don't start. Rora. You guys are being quiet. Now just chill for a little bit. Zook. Oh my god. I will put you guys away today. Not mess around. Hello. Let me see if I can take. Oh. It won't let me pin it. Dang it. It won't let me pin it for some reason. I don't know why. Hello. It's good to have you guys. I'm actually streaming from StreamYard, so this will be interesting. I did? Okay, cool. Thank you. Stop, you guys. I might end up putting them away if they don't chill out for a minute. You know how it is. They're just like kids. Cool. I hope so. I put a star on it. Can you see it? I don't know. It's weird because it shows them on YouTube, but I'm actually in StreamYard and I'm trying to learn this whole thing. Okay, it won't let me pin it from here then. I wonder if I could go to YouTube and do it. Hey! Hold on 1 second. Sorry about that. Dogs are being. I'm gonna try to see if I can. I don't know if I can. I'm gonna try though. There. Stop. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I had to go into my YouTube. I had to do it from my phone on my YouTube account. Yep, thank you. Sorry, I was finishing up a power bar. I didn't have time to eat. Okay. Hey! Seriously. I apologize. All of a sudden they decide they want to play. I might have to put them away if they continue. Usually they're pretty good though, but I don't know. Everybody's been driving me crazy lately, so. No. It won't let me because I don't pay. Not with the free one. No, I haven't started. I was giving everybody a chance to get in here. So it's $20 a month to do this thing, and that's where you can add your pictures and you can do the banners and everything. And we tried that. I think that's what we tried today. Wait, let me try something. Oh, okay. What do I put? Maybe it wasn't banner that we tried. Let's try it. Now, will I see it on this side? Ha! How cool is that? That is neat. Okay. That is neat. Hey! Quit being weirdos, dude. Zook! Oh, that is cool. Okay, so it wasn't the banner that we tried to do then. All right. Does that look okay? Let me go back. Oh my gosh. Hold on. All right. Sorry. Okay. So, hopefully they'll be quiet. I don't want to go through all the problems of putting them away. They're usually really good. They usually just lay there, as you guys see. Usually they're pretty quiet. So they decide it's playtime. And I was late doing everything, so they didn't really get their playtime prior to this. So the reason why I wanted to do this live was because Chrissy being found, the stuff that matched, and why Spirit gave what they gave, and kind of how they work with me sometimes. Because I know it can be a bit confusing when you're looking at this. You're like, this is not what happened. My mic went out. Is it working? Okay, can you hear me now? It's because I muted it and then I came back, and I think you guys are a minute behind me. Can you hear me? It shows it's working. Is it back now? It says it's unmuted. Well, that's because I Now, it should be working. I just checked it. It says it's working. Is it working now? Okay, fuck. Don't touch anything. Sorry about my language, but Jesus. You know what, you guys? Everything was working perfectly fine today. We tested all this out. The mic was working. Everything was working. Keep saying it's working, but it's not. I don't understand what's going on. I really don't. It's very frustrating. This is why I try not to use anything cool like this, is because I have the hardest time with it. Everything can say to be working, and then I go on and it just all crashes on me. I honestly don't understand it. So whatever, we're here now. Someone was telling me right now that she wants me to go check out this live that's going on by who's doing it? Earthworm Entertainment, I'm guessing is what she's saying. For Dylan, I guess that it matches a lot of my reading, and it's actually Jim's property. So maybe that's why in Dylan's he kept talking about the property, but maybe it wasn't the property down the street. So I haven't seen the video. She just now told me about it. So that's something I'm going to have to, I guess, look into when we're done here. So the cool things that are happening. Oh, I don't know. That's just what I was emailed and told. So all right. So, anyways, the reason why I wanted to do this is because I always try to take these times to kind of teach how I work, to kind of give people to understand what interconnects are and how we kind of sometimes have to pick and choose through readings. Now, what's weird is it doesn't ever happen in my my private readings. I don't know why. So we're going to talk about that for a minute and then see what goes on. So, first off, I want to tell you guys that the ways to support me are down below. I do have merchandise. I'll be working on getting some better merchandise. Someone's working on that for me right now. I do, if anybody is interested, it's not necessary, but it is greatly appreciated if anybody wants to donate or do stickers or super chat. It does help me to continue this work without so much stress on my shoulders. So I do put a lot of time and energy into it, and it is my full-time job. So it's not necessary, but it is greatly appreciated. Also, I do private readings. You can reach me at thepsychicsleuth@gmail.com, and you can also reach me on Facebook and Instagram and things like that. If you haven't followed my TikTok, please follow my TikTok. I'm trying to get more followers, but I don't think we'll have a problem once we get my next idea going. If you haven't joined the Psychic Sleuth group, please do that. If you are a part of my channel, I do talk about things in there and whatnot. It is a good place. It's, I don't put up with any crap, so it's not one of those dramatic groups. It's a lot of fun. I do have a book out called R&R Love, a Twin Flame story. It is on Amazon. Everybody seems to love it, so check that out if you want to. I do have a Patreon, which I'm going to be doing Marilyn Monroe. Probably do that tomorrow. That's probably why you might not see me here tomorrow. I'm going to try to do Marilyn Monroe tomorrow and talk about some stuff that I found out on Black Delilah that we did. That was the last one we did on Patreon. I do have memberships available too. If you guys are interested, I plan on doing stuff there. I am trying to do everything everywhere, but it's hard. This does take a lot of time and a lot of energy. It's very draining. And sometimes I overdo it and end up being down for a few days. So just know that it does take a lot of energy to do this stuff. And I try to do the best that I can. Even if I come on just to chit chat with you guys, I guess it's the membership, that's what I'm wanting to do, is try to get to know people better on there. So if you are interested in that, that is also available. I'm trying to think. The podcast is the Psychic Sleuth podcast. Please follow it on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you have your podcast at. I also have the link down below if you're interested in that. That is completely free. So check that out as well. I'm very sorry about all the technical difficulties. I have been trying to make my channel a lot better for people. I was trying to make it, you know, sorry, I'm just going back through the chat. So I'm trying to make it better. I'm trying to make it more quality, trying to make it more professional, because again, this is what I do constantly. So it's important that, you know, my channel is, what's the word that I want to use? Evolving, that it's evolving. I've never been good at technical stuff. And like I say, like, as you guys can see, I don't know why I have such a hard time with it. Everything will say it's working, and then I come on here and I'm just like, it stops working. I don't know why. I don't know if it's my energy. I don't know if it's spirit. I don't know what the heck is going on. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Well, I try to figure things out and get it going. So I do apologize for the technical difficulties. One thing I am wanting to do and to add to my channel is I want to bring people on and give readings. You know, will be a required donation, because it is not, unfortunately, life isn't free. And unfortunately, this does take a lot of energy and time. So what will happen, you don't have to show your face. You can choose an avatar instead. And I've actually never done that before. So this will be kind of interesting. You're going to have to bear with me. I've always channeled typing whenever I've done my private readings. That's my favorite way to do it, because I really get deep and good and clear information. And people can keep it and go back on it and read it, which I find very helpful sometimes. And you know, so that's my favorite way to do it. But as you guys know, on earlier lives, when I first started doing these lives, that I started channeling off of a name. So we were working on that and people were answering in the chat, but I think that people aren't watching the chat as I do it. So it's kind of like, okay, yeah, I don't know what she's saying, and I don't know. I don't know anything about that. So anyways, that got me off guard. I was trying to understand that comment. Anyways, I want to bring people on and do it that way. Now, I don't know how many people I'll be doing in a night, probably only a couple, as this is very draining, but it is something I do want to do. And then I want to take snippets and put it on TikTok, and hopefully that'll grow my TikTok, and hopefully that'll get things noticed a little bit, because as I always say, the reason why I'm trying to grow is because, for one, this is my job. This is what I do. And unfortunately, as much as I wish life was free, it's not. Not only that, but I want to help as many people as I can. I feel that everybody should actually experience a reading in their lifetime, even if it's just one. And I've been noticing my private readings are actually very specific lately, like super specific lately. There's information coming through in these readings lately that have never come through before. So it's new symbols, new things I'm seeing, and it's interesting that those readings are evolving. The type readings are evolving. So there's stuff that's coming in that's just so validating that there's no way I could possibly know, and the passings are getting stronger. Everything seems to be evolving and getting stronger. So this is how I want to evolve, is try to do it in this way. Vanished and Forgotten, can you take care of that? I do have you as a what do you call it? Moderator, right? So, that being said, I want to dive into this whole situation that that happened with Chrissy and try to explain it the best way that I can. It doesn't always work this way. And like I say, when I do private readings, I don't have this problem with private readings. I'm not really sure why it works this way in cases, other than I've noticed connections and there being connections to other cases. And I hate channeling in Texas. I hate channeling Texas cases because it's almost like everybody that's in Texas wants to jump in. And whether that be the Texas way or not, I've just noticed I have more interconnects that way. I also have more interconnects when I type because I'm more open. However, again, it doesn't happen in my private readings, so I'm not really sure why it happens in cases. I don't know. But if you guys remember, okay, so part of my dream was right about her being found. The way that she was found and all of that was not correct. But I do think there was a... Please don't do what? Lady Grace, can you take care of that, please? Or whoever is my moderator. I don't understand what's going on with those comments. I don't understand what's going on in the chat right now. Anyways, so just going to try to explain this and how this happened. So back to my dream, okay? So obviously someone was trying to reach out to my dream, and obviously I don't know if that's happened already or whatnot. So in the live reading, the things that I remember, because I didn't type it out, I don't have it, but I'm trying to go back on the things I was remembering seeing and the things that she kept showing me. So she did keep saying she was in her car. Remember, I kept saying she's in her car, she's with her car. I keep seeing her in her car. That was one thing that kept coming in. Then I kept asking about the medical stuff. Now, we don't know really what happened, but I kept feeling like it was something medically related. I'm not sure because apparently she was found on the passenger side. But I don't know. So the accident that I kept getting an accident over an embankment and stuff like that. We found out after the fact, after I did reading 2, that Salinas had come in. Well, I guess Maria Salinas was found the 7th, which I had no prior knowledge of. Shazam can let you know that. I had no prior knowledge of her being found, but she was found 2 days after Chrissy or Christine. I just heard Christine. She was found 2 days after Christine went missing. So, she went over an embankment. She was an accident. And I remember I got the color red. She had a red car. So it seems like she was coming in as an interconnect because the way the interconnects work is similar cases. So they were both in their car. They were both from Texas. And so that's the only interconnect I can kind of think of and put together. I'm always learning about how the interconnects work. They are confusing. I do apologize for them being so confusing, but I don't really know why Spirit does that to me. I can't help what they show me, and I always tell people I'm not going to be 100% all the time. No one is 100% all the time. We are psychic mediums, and psychic mediums are 80 to 90% accurate. I'm pretty freaking accurate, but I'm not going to be right all the time. And when it comes to doing this kind of work, and the way that sometimes other spirits jump over one another, it's easy to pick up on someone else. So especially if she's already shown what she was going to show. So basically what she was showing was, okay, I'm in the car. Okay, there's medical stuff going on. And whatever else she kind of said that was along those lines. That came in the first channeled reading. Okay, and she was very hard to connect with. I think the reason sometimes they're hard to connect with is 1, they're being talked over. And 2, like someone else is interrupting the energy, if that makes sense. And 2, they might be not crossed all the way. They might not know how to communicate really well yet. So those are some things to keep in mind as well. That not every spirit is going to be strong and powerful and be able to explain exactly what they want to show you. I just know, and one thing I kept saying is I kept seeing her in her car. If you go back to live, you can see that. She didn't really show me where she was at that time, except for I kept getting a certain areas of the freeway, or maybe the route that she took. If you guys understand the way that spirit speaks, is they will talk about things that are around you or things that you see on the way. So it's not always things that are right by them, but reference points is what I like to call them. So it's a reference point to where you say, when you see this, okay, this is maybe what they're seeing. And if you guys remember, I was also seeing a lake and I was also seeing water. So if you look at the map, which I'll show you guys in just a minute, there is actually a lake. Well, it's called a lake. It's actually not huge, but it's off of Lakeview. And right across the street from whatever they gave, is a lake. So remember I kept saying that she was seeing water. Well, she was trying to show me that there was water across from her. And it was weird because whenever and I said some kind of water because I couldn't tell if it was a huge lake, a pond, or what, but it was some sort of water. So she kept saying, she kept mentioning the freeway. She kept saying she was in her car. She kept bringing up medical stuff. And she kept talking about this water. And we couldn't find it. So those were things that she brought in the first reading that I feel fit. But the accident and the over the embankment and all of that, I believe, and red, I can't remember if red came in the first or second reading. That belongs to Maria. And I got Salinas in the second reading. So that's how we kind of knew that. So that she was talking about what was around her, right? So this lake is across the way and the freeway is next to her. Remember, she kept saying, I hear cars. Now that was the second reading. But basically, that's what she was showing me. Now, when I get into the second reading, it gets a little confusing because then I'm like, it did not go the direction I was hoping it would go. I did keep getting a carjacking. Now, I do get future in my readings. Remember that, okay? I do get future in my readings. So just because I say something now does not mean it's already happened. It can happen in the future. As you guys know, I give world predictions and I get a lot of future information. I get stuff, and this is why I try to always explain to you guys about the interconnects whenever I'm talking about interconnects, is that I get stuff before it ever happens. In a case before, like in a few cases before. So sometimes spirit will give me that, and sometimes it might just be a spirit that is like, I really need to say what happened to me. I really want this, because spirit was very adamant about, okay, here's the psychic detective show. And it was like, it wouldn't go away. So I can't control that. That's something that spirit does. That's something that spirit brings through. And they were sort of overpowering her because in the second reading, we got basically everything that happened that morning. I did not know she lived with her mom. She shouted, Mom, bye Mom, I love you, whatever. When I first started, I really didn't know like what kind of car it was. There's lots of things. I always try not to know anything, right? So the thing is almost like when they put me in the car with her driving, then it switched to whoever this person is that's going to get hijacked or that did get jacked. This is Houston. I heard that happens a lot. And actually, when you look up carjackings, there's a freaking lot of them. I had no idea. And if you guys remember, I kept saying, I hope this is right. This doesn't feel right. And I kept saying that over and over because it didn't. And Vanished and Forgotten can keep telling you, I kept second guessing that because I had dreamed about it, yes, but it just didn't feel like her. You know what I mean? And I kept saying, I don't know. I don't know if I don't know. This doesn't feel right. It's because it was someone else that was coming in. So in the second reading, Salinas came in again. With her last name, and I don't know if red came in the second reading or not again, but tennis courts came in, and the hospital came in. I think the water came in again, and the freeway. I kept saying I could hear cars. So the area that apparently she was found was a parking lot and why she didn't tell me parking lot, I don't freaking know, dude. I don't know. I've never had a reading in a parking lot. Maybe she didn't know how to show me that, but I mean, other spirits do. Maybe again, she's just not very strong for various reasons, depending on if she's fully crossed. If she's, I mean, she was very. It was sometimes sometimes when it's like that, hey, stop it. Stop. Sorry. Sometimes when it's like that, it feels like there's a barrier, like, I don't know. And I noticed that when I did the last reading I've done on the podcast for Amber Lee, Jessica Hamby came in there, and I was not allowed to continue Amber Lee's reading until she said her name. So we'll be working on that case because she's very adamant, and it was like I was stuck on Jessica Hamby, and I couldn't go any further with Amber Lee's reading until I said Jessica Hamby. So that's just the way it is. Spirit wants to talk, they're going to talk, and I can't I can't help it and say no, because they're going to give me visions, and I don't know sometimes who it's coming from when they jump in like that. It's just the way it is. Now, again, it doesn't happen in private readings. I don't know why it happens in cases. I have no idea. But the other thing to keep in mind is that we knew that Christy was going to be found, or that Christine was going to be found. That was one thing that I did feel was right, that she was going to be found. And I kept getting 3 miles in the first reading. This area is about 3 miles away, from what I understand. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that. But roundabout, that's about right. And what's weird is I kept seeing Cinnamon Hills and Fredericksburg, and I didn't go that, and I kind of felt like a pull to it, but it didn't really go that way because it didn't look like what I was seeing, right? Because the tennis courts might be an interconnect. They might fit another case because of the way that she was showing me, like you walk through the tennis courts into the woods and you find me, like, but that could be the other person. So the tennis courts seem to be an interconnect. It may fit both of the cases, is what I tell you about certain things that come in cases. It may fit more than one place. We've had that with multiple things. So what else did she bring in? So it basically in the second reading, she was giving more what was around her, but this other person that is carjacked or will be carjacked came in and kind of interrupted the situation. So we got bits and pieces of her, we got bits and pieces of Maria, and we got bits and pieces of this other person who I don't know who it is yet. Elementary school. Yeah, well, school. It wasn't, I think it was just school, period. There's an art school across the street. Actually, across the street is USSU. It's like the Army or the Navy place, right? And that's where the lake is and all of that. But I think I just got school. Like, school for me can be any school, high school, art school, elementary school. It doesn't matter. Education is education. When that comes through, it's any type of education, which there is an art school across the street. But I remember I kept saying, like, I see her in her car, but like nothing was happening. So I think she just showed basically what she wanted to show. She knew she was already going to be found. So whenever someone knows that they're going to be found, that is another reason why another spirit will jump in, like, okay, you're going to be found. Well, I need help, kind of thing. I've noticed that happens a lot. If someone's going to be found, the reading will get taken over by someone else. So whether Salinas was found before, so I don't really know why she came in, other than it's probably an interconnect because they were in a car. They were both from Texas. Or it was validation of some sort. I'm not really sure. I mean, I don't know why Spirit shows me what they show me. Another thing to keep in mind is I get so frustrated on a map because the map is like I'm standing there and I'm looking around and I am seeing, I'm seeing the area like I'm standing there, almost like remote viewing. So it gets a little frustrating because a map looks nothing like I'm standing there, right? But you guys have to understand that I get pulled in all different directions on a map. That's another reason why I hate maps, is because I will get pulled to a place where a murder happened. I will get pulled to a place where someone where a missing person has been found. And I will get pulled to places where bodies are that we don't know that they're at. So that specific park that I was talking about in reading 2, I feel like there's definitely somebody there. We actually found out that area is known for finding bodies and things. So when I kept tasting blood and I kept being pulled that way and all this stuff was around that I had gotten, it could be coming through for a while for whatever reason. An example of this is I got foster like a long time ago in Cheryl, I think it was. Okay. So it fit Cheryl because Cheryl used to live on Foster. Then it's fit Karina's because the supposed suspect lived on Foster. Then I was helping someone look for somebody in Texas. The kid was alive, but because the kid was alive and he was going to be found, I kept being pulled over this direction. And I just kept getting pulled and being pulled and being pulled. And I have to listen when I get pulled somewhere because it's always for a reason. I just have to trust that. Whether it's, and I always tell you guys when I'm looking, it might be someone else or it might be her. I don't know. Or it might be them. I don't know. Hang on one second. I got something fell. I got to see what it is. What is going on? What's up? What's going on? Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So I guess it was nothing. I couldn't find anything. So anyways, I was trying to help find this person, and this kid was going to be found. He was alive. He was a runaway, whatever. And I kept being pulled over the opposite direction. Nowhere where he was going to be or anything like that. And I saw the word Foster, and I was like, huh. And this is what I mean about interconnects and fitting multiple cases. Things can fit multiple cases. Just because I get one word in one case doesn't mean it's not going to fit in another. And this is an example of the Foster. So I get pulled over to Foster, and the person I'm talking to, I tell them that. And they said, well, there was 3 murders over there. So you see what I mean? If I'm getting pulled a direction, it's not necessarily the case I'm working on. It is if there is a murder there, if there's someone there we don't know about, if there's been bodies there. That's, I don't know. I don't know why it's that way. It just is that way. That's why it gets really confusing. I hate looking at a map. Sometimes I feel like I'm even disoriented at times. But like, as you guys saw when I was in a specific area, and that whole area right there, all of that wooded area, all those parks right there, like I kept tasting blood the whole time I was over there. It was the weirdest thing. I've never had that happen before. It's mostly I get hit in the face or something else. This was quite different. Then I kept getting pulled up the map the other direction towards Government Park. Now, not saying anybody's in Government Park because it's actually a well-watched park, but across from there we noticed some words that have come through in Alexis reading, like Lover's Lane, Hilltop, just a lot. It's a heavily wooded area, and there's a lot of things that I've gotten that is in that place. So also, if you guys notice in the reading, I was saying, so there might be someone there. Anyways, we just don't know, right? We don't know if there's anybody in all these places that I mentioned in all my readings where I'm drawn to. We don't know if there's anybody there. We don't know if something's happened there, whatever. So we have to keep that in mind because I guess it's just a pool and I'm just following it. I'm just following the way that I feel, which is really hard to do sometimes. My clairsentience is not the strongest out of all my gifts, and I'm still fumbling through that. And so I'm just trying to follow what I feel. And when I get hit by something or I feel something, it's for a reason. Hi, Mom. So, anyways, just trying to explain the way that I work. And again, this doesn't really happen in my private readings. It always happens to me in Texas, and it always happens to me in areas where there seem to be a lot of missing people. And like I said, if someone's going to be found, they will bring in other information from other cases. Why, I don't know. So there was basically, the best way that I can describe it is there was 3 different spirits with 3 different stories. So 3 different energies, 3 different stories, all trying to come in and say what they wanted to say. And sometimes they just do that. And why my gatekeepers can't handle that, I don't know. But it's always for a reason. I always tell everybody, we always get things for a reason. So please hang on to it, because I do get future information in my cases about cases that will come up in the future. So this thing might not have even happened yet, but it may happen, or it's already happened. But that area where, the cops like told the person that was there that like this stuff happens all the time. They're always finding bodies and bones and stuff there. So that's probably why I feel the way that I do. And there might be someone there that we don't know about, but, and it's behind a tennis court. So again, I don't know. It may fit multiple places. So let me just show you. I don't know. I'm going to try to do this because I don't pay for this one. So, I can't put pictures, but I tried the slides, so it's going to be kind of crappy. This will be interesting. Okay, so this red dot right here, and I don't know how to, oh, I see how to do that. Okay, so this red dot right here is the address that they gave for where Chrissy was found, and I believe, would you guys stop it? Hold on. Hey! I believe she was found like in a parking lot around here somewhere. Okay. So that's where the maps put me at. Okay, now this, like I said, I had to make slides, and they're not the best slides. I made them really fast, and it's not pictures. So this area is right. Okay, so if you notice, like the shopping center was right next to, right by a freeway, and it was 10. And I remember I said freeway 10. And there might have been some curves and stuff, because I noticed when you leave her house, and I didn't think to put a picture of that up here, but I noticed when you leave her house, you do hit a curve. So that was interesting because that came in the first reading. So here we have about 5 tennis courts. And does this one show the lake? Yeah, it does. Okay, so there's a tennis. All this blue are the tennis courts. There's one way over here. There's all this. So these are all tennis courts. And this is like just across the street. If you pull up where she was found, you can see this across the street. This is the lake I was talking about where she kept saying she could see water. So this is the lake. It's not huge, but it's still water. And I had said, I don't know what kind of water it is, but it's there. So this is all across the street. Remember, they will give us what is around them, the best way to describe. And you know what? I don't know why she keeps showing me this. And I saw this in the reading, and I did not mention it because I second guessed it, and I need to quit doing that. I do that a lot with cases. I don't do it too much with my private readings, but with cases I do, because I don't know why. It's just cases are harder. Nobody really understands. It's not the same as doing a private reading. So I actually keep seeing a coffee cup. And I kept seeing a coffee cup like in her coffee cup holder. And so that came in like when I was doing the live, and I didn't mention it, but now I keep seeing it and I have no idea what it means. I've been seeing that all day. I have no idea what it means. My pull to that other park though that we talked about into is very, very strong, and I hope somebody can go search that, whether it has a dog or something. There's got to be something going on there. I don't know what, but. And then so this again, as I just wanted to show you guys, here's the tennis court that's the close to the road, and it's got woods behind it. If you guys remember, I kept talking about Leon. I was really and I should have put slides for that, but I didn't think about it. So I was really drawn to the word Leon. There's something Leon over here, and then Alamo. We were talking about the Alamo. There's an Alamo Cafe right here. So those were 2 words I was drawn to, and it's literally right there. So then this slide, here is her, and here is the hospital. So she actually wasn't too far from the hospital. So, yeah. All right. So I just want to show you. Actually, those slides don't work too bad. I might be able to use that until I can afford the not free version anymore. I guess they went up. It used to be $10 when now it's $20 a month, which is a lot for me. So we're just going to have to deal with that for now. So just an idea. Do you guys have any questions? Am I explaining this in a way that is understandable to you? That the fact that we had 3 different things come in, or 3 different people come in with 3 different things. She did come in. I mean, she did. It's just she didn't come in she didn't come in with her passing and what happened. Like she just showed me that she was in her car And I said she kept showing me she was in her car. That was in the live. That was one thing I couldn't get over. So then I started thinking accident because I kept seeing one, and that was Maria kind of coming in for some reason. I don't know why. Okay. All right. So she was telling me about, she was trying to show me. Oh, and that's what I want to give a shout out to is Ginger Ninja. If you guys haven't liked her channel, go over there and subscribe. She actually helped me set all this up today. She took time out of her life that she didn't have to work with me, even though I was getting frustrated and I wanted to punch everything. She took the time and helped me out with getting this going. So, you know, if you guys haven't liked her channel, also, we're going to be working on Natalie Jones. So I know that Natalie Jones was found, and for some reason I ended up on Ginger's channel, and we're going to be bringing on, I believe, a family member, and I'll be doing a reading for that because there was no cause or no of anything of what happened. Yeah, spirit comes in how they choose. That's what I'm saying. I can't separate them. So if they're showing me a vision, I can't be like, no, because I don't know if it's them. It's not how it works. It's really not how it works. And again, it doesn't happen in private readings. It only happens in cases for interconnects. And I don't know why. I don't know why. I've tried everything I possibly can, and it doesn't always happen in every case either. I mean, Dylan, it didn't really happen in Dylan's, right? Dylan's was very focused, and he didn't let anybody come in. But she might not be as strong of a spirit. So you guys have to remember there are stronger spirits that can talk over others. That's just the way it works. If she's not very strong or if she's not completely crossed, it's going to affect the way that she communicates. She might not even know how to communicate with me. That's another thing too. You guys have to remember that. But she felt she was very vague. She didn't really show what happened. She just showed she was in her car and the things that were around her and what happened that morning, and that she was going to be found. And then the 3, I think was like 3 miles or something like that. But that's just the way that it works, unfortunately. Unfortunately, when I'm getting a vision, I can't be like, well, no, that doesn't belong there, because I don't know. Because I don't know what happened in the case, and neither do you. Neither does anybody. So I can try to understand it, but I did kind of know because I kept saying, and if you watch my reading, I'm like, this doesn't seem right. I don't even know if this is right. I am totally second guessing this, and I never do that. But if you guys watch that reading, you'll see that I say that. And Vanished and Forgotten, she knows I've talked about it for the last 3 days about how I did not understand why I was getting what I was getting and why it went from in her car to this and all of that. So unfortunately, it just works that way sometimes. And if you look at Gannon, it was the same way. Not everything was him. Future information came in that. I was drawn to Echo. Echo hadn't gone missing yet, I don't think. And there's other cases. Cheryl, it was all over the place. Cheryl would bring in a bunch of people. But it's not as bad as it used to be, but I do notice when I type, I do get more interconnects, just the way that it is. But if there's a spirit that's stronger, it's going to come in stronger, and it's going to kind of confuse things. Look, this isn't a exact science. Okay. This is not an exact science. We don't even really know how we do it. Right. So as being a human, like I've always told you guys, I'm not going to be completely accurate, and I'm not going to be able to get every facet of the story. I can't promise you that I'll locate someone. I can only give you what spirit gives. And I tell you guys that constantly. If spirit does not tell me they're passing, I cannot give it to you. If spirit does not take control of their session, I cannot help that. I cannot be like, oh no, the energies didn't really feel feel different to me other than the one with the carjacking did. And that's what I kept telling Shazam. I was like, or Vanished and Forgotten. I was like, dude, this doesn't seem right. Like, I'm totally second guessing this. And she always told me don't second guess. But I'm like, no. You don't understand. This doesn't seem right. Because I kept seeing her in the car in the first reading, right? And I think I was adamant about that. And then, but it was like I didn't see anything else. I just kept seeing her in the car. But Spirit knew she was going to be found. So they said, she's going to be found. I'm not going to be found. Help me. That's kind of how it works. Right. It didn't seem right. Yeah, I kept saying that. Right. I did get I got Barry in a few different readings before that ever happened with Suzanne. Yeah. Just like Peach. Okay. Peach came in a few readings, and it came in, it came in my podcast actually. And it ends up that there's a body found in a barbecue pit off of Peach Street. I mean, it didn't even fit that. I mean, that's just how Spirit works with me. It interconnects because they want to show how everything is connected. And everybody is unique in their own gifts. Like, I don't work the way that someone else works, and someone else doesn't work the way that I work. This is the way that Spirit works with me. This is just the way that it works with me. Maybe one day it won't. I don't know. But there's a reason for all things. There's a reason that Spirit works with people a certain way. So whatever that may be, I don't know. I don't question it because it's not me. It's not up to me to question. It's Spirit giving their information, and I'm just giving you what they're giving me. So I did kind of feel that was off about the carjacking, and I kept, like, for 3 days I was stressing out over it. Like, this isn't right, dude. This isn't right, because it didn't match the first reading, and it totally threw me for a loop. So, I mean, it might be something that is like a big case that's about to happen, or it might be something where if there's any carjackings around there and the body hasn't been found, because they were very adamant about that psychic detectives case. Like, I just kept seeing that. And I had to rewatch that case to see what they were talking about. And it might not even be in Texas. But there's been things that so for instance, here's a good interconnect and something that maybe not a lot of people have understood about this. So Stephanie Parze, okay? I don't know if you guys remember, but I got a helicopter in that. I got the name Bryant, and I got the number 8. Now, I don't know if I released those readings public, but they were in the group because I didn't get a chance to make the videos. I had a lot going on at the time and all of that. And so when she was found the day that Kobe Bryant's helicopter went down, I was like, holy crap, because I had been seeing a helicopter. It did not make sense to me. I did not understand it. And then the word Bryant, I did not understand any of that. But people are found when they're meant to be found. She was meant to be found that day, and that's why they were giving me that information. So there's an example of interconnect. Another example, and I always tell you guys this, is Riker. Okay, so in Kenneth, I kept getting a shed in Kenneth and a house and things like that in Kenneth. And as you guys know, I went back to Kenneth's reading in the live, and I was like, because Spirit kept telling me, Kenneth Howard, go back. So I did. And now we find out that he was in a shed, and it was an interconnect, and it happened probably before he was born, 3 years ago. Okay. And the kid is 3 years old. So depending on when his birthday was, I don't know if he was born or not yet. That's what I mean about interconnects and future information. Like, this could happen way down the road. There's stuff in my random auto rights, world events that just, it's crazy. Like, stuff has happened 2 or 3 years later. That's about the timing of it, and sometimes it's a couple months. It just depends on when I do the auto right and when it happens, But I mean, if Spirit's not showing me and not being open and not telling me what they need to tell me, that's just like a lot of psychic mediums like Matt Frazier and them. They say that they can't dial direct, and maybe they can't, but I mean I can. So that's the difference in the gifts, And the way that we work, we all work differently, plain and simple. No two mediums, no two psychics are the same. We might be similar in certain ways and similar in the ways that we work, but it's we're not all the same in how we work. But a lot of things have been really specific lately in my readings. I mean, there was one with something wrong with her stomach, and I kept getting stomach pain. I've never gotten anything like that before. There was stuff today. I actually did work on a murder case today, privately, and she already knows like everything, and I don't. And I was able to describe exactly what happened. And sometimes I can do that. It just depends. Sometimes I can do that in cases. It just depends on the spirit. It depends on the spirit. And also, if I am looking on a map and stuff, for some reason, again, I will have other spirits basically jump in, depending on where I'm looking at. It's just very, very... right? It's kind of weird, huh? But see, what I mean is that that word phosphorus fit 3 cases now. Well, 2 cases, and then I was drawn to it, and I found out there was 3 murders. So, you know what I mean? It's just... there's stuff that I look at on my, like Salinas, I got 3 years ago or something like that, but I got it with Humberto, which Humberto came to this. I'd be curious if she knows a Humberto. There are certain things that I have gotten in my, because I keep track of random words that come to me. And this is weird because, like, I was being pulled to Fredericksburg and Cinnamon, and I ignored it because it didn't look like how I saw, right? And again, symbolism. She was just trying to show me the tennis court and everything. It's weird the eagle runs by there too, because that came in a podcast. I wanted to pull up this thing because there's some other stuff that actually I have in my document. In my random list is what I call it. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. No, don't want that. So just for instance, let's see, Jones. Okay, that was a pool, and that was in July 2019. And now I might be working on Natalie Jones. Also, Jones is the last name of the guy that allegedly killed Alexis. So that's just that's fit 2 places. Sherwood, there was, I think, a Sherwood by where she used to work, and I was being pulled to that, but that came in 2019. Pipeline was the name of a fire out here, but I know it's fit other places as well. Franklin's hit multiple cases. Broadway, what I got in 2018, and that is actually a road that was by where Karina was found. Dixie, it's kind of funny because I got that in 2018, and my friend ended up naming her dog that, but I think it fits somewhere else too. Echo, Poldering, Gannon. So I do have this listed in my group, but I haven't updated it. So there's just other things that I've gotten in here. Frankfurt has fit a couple places. Maple has fit a couple places. Hillsboro has fit a couple places. Riverside as well. Apple, that was here, and that was by where she lived. Apple. That was a 9/5/19. See what I mean? Spirit will give me these weird things, and they'll have me be pulled to the name, because sometimes it'll come in randomly, the word, and sometimes I'll dream about it, and sometimes I'll put random sleep because I dream about it. And then sometimes like Brenda Hastings, like full names sometimes, but I don't know where they fit. And then sometimes I'll fill a pool on a map and I'm like, okay, that's a heavy pool. I need to write that down. What's weird is 11, 17, 19, I got the name Alexis. So in that case, I just worked not long ago, and I'm just now seeing that. I didn't even know I got that. Jaden Smith, that reminds me of Will Smith's daughter. I don't know if something's going to go on with her or whatnot. I don't know. That's weird. So this is just like stuff that has come in like this. 10:20, 1:10:20, 11:38 a.m. I had a vision of a man being killed by a lake and left hidden there. I heard Montana and Big Bear. Afterwards, I looked it up and it existed. So I don't know if anybody's there or not, but that's what I got. Pony Express, I actually think that fits Susan, not Suzanne. Susan. I think that actually fits Susan in so Oakley came March 10th, 2020. So that's going to fit somewhere soon because I've gotten that pool of the last couple times. That's going to fit somewhere soon because that's coming in again as being important. I even got Lily on here. Where did that go? I know I saw it the other day. Friendship. I noticed there's something over by Summer with friendship in it. So Oakley again. See, 722 was another pool. Charles, that word keeps coming in all the freaking time. I got Lily. I need to find that because I got Lily, and then I remember, I don't know if you guys remember, it kept coming in readings, and then it ended up that the poor girl Lily was killed by her cousin, and I kept saying in my group, you guys aren't in my group, and even on here, I kept saying this is going to fit a case. Look, Green came in March 3rd. That's been coming in a lot too, so that might hit something as well. I know I got it because I just saw it the other day when I was looking at this. King, pool, 11, 18, 19, and well, I know. Well, I said it was kind of a pool. Yeah, it's been coming in, so it's gonna fit somewhere. There is a little girl with that last name, or with that first or last name, anyways. But the King. So Karina was at King. What is it called? Mobile Home Park. That was 11, 18, 19. So. But see, I get all this stuff and I don't know where it fits. And then when I'm looking at stuff, I'm like, oh, I got that. Okay. Don't mess with stuff, please, because if you unplug this mic, I'm going to be very mad. Where did I get that, Lily? I got it on here. I know I did. Olivia, I know that hit a case somewhere. McDonald's, there's a lot of stuff happening at McDonald's lately. With shootings and stuff. I got that a long time ago. That was 2019. Where is it? I know I got it. Adam. That fits a lot of places too, but freaking, I know I got it. Now I can't find it. I hate that. Okay, 3/3/22 is when I got Lily. So, or 21 actually. It's supposed to be no, that is 3/3/22. Okay, so that is the time that I got it. So 3/3/22, and then she was killed like a few weeks later. But I did write it down. That's why I was seeing that. So, see what I mean? That stuff. It fits. That's how it works with me. I'll get random stuff, and then when I see it in cases, I'm like, okay, well, I got that. Or if I see it on a map, okay, I got that. So I mean, that's just the best way that I can kind of understand how this works. And like I said, I don't work like anybody else, and no one else works like me. And I know it gets confusing when stuff like this happens. So, unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it other than sometimes we have to, like, okay, for instance, Cheryl was a really, like, hard one because I got all different kind of cases in hers, and there was a time in there where she did say off the road in a bush or something like that. And people kept telling me, you didn't say that. And I'm like, it's right here in the reading. If you go back and listen to my readings, you'll hear it. So sometimes you have to go back and listen to the readings. And I'm even one that forgets to do that. I forget to go back and listen to readings. And I should, because there's probably information in there that I don't remember that I got, right? So let me pull up this map. I want to see if there's something I missed earlier. Oh shoot, it's not there. What is this place? Why was she there? I don't know if this is right. Somebody said it was Hubener Oaks. But the news gave a different thing. This is like a gym. This is what pops up with this. I wonder if there's a pool in there. And I wish I knew what that coffee cup means, because that's what I keep seeing, and I don't really know. I don't really know what it means. And I wish I knew what her, because see, 10 is right there too. Remember, I had said 10, and the H could be for her too, from Dylan's, because Hubener is right there. So that could be why I kept getting the H in Dylan's. And see, that's what I mean, because they knew I was going to work this case next. And remember, I tell you, interconnects can come in. We're noticing they're coming in 1 or 2 readings prior. So whatever doesn't fit that reading is going to fit another reading. Makes it a little hard, but it can also fit that reading. It doesn't mean it doesn't fit it at all, but it can. But there's a Hubener Road, and so the H kept coming in Dylan's. This is all right across the street. It's the Elm thing is weird, because we were just talking about that, me and Eli and everybody, about how there's like an Elm Street every city or whatever, and there's an Elm Street right there. I just find it so weird. See, Alamo Cafe is right there. So when I get pulled to words, it can be, anything, really. I don't know how else to explain it. I should have followed my gut with the Cinnamon Creek and stuff, because I was looking at that. I'm trying to see if there's a pool. I know she talked about a pool, but I was just seeing what else was around here that maybe we could connect, but I don't really see anything else. It's just weird, like she was there and she was on the passenger side, so I'd be curious. Yeah, so it's weird. There's a USAA Barlow Christina. Remember how I kept saying I was drawn to that word Barlow over by that park? It's just weird. I mean, it's just the way spirit is with me. Sometimes, not all the time. Depends. She just wasn't very strong, plain and simple. I mean, not everybody can channel everybody, apparently. I've never really ran into that problem. I'll usually get something, but I can't promise I'll get a whole lot. It all depends on the spirit, what they want to show me, what they want to tell me. If they want anybody else, if they let anybody else be a little bit stronger than them. There's like 5 freaking tennis courts at this thing. I find that so weird. Especially because she made me feel like if you walk through the tennis courts, you can get to her. But that could be the other person, and it could be an interconnect there. So the more that you learn how spirit works with me, the more you can kind of understand my videos and my channel and my channeling and all of that. I mean, this is a cross and down, so And that's why I always tell you guys, oh, see, there is a middle school right there. Hobby Middle School. Okay, so there is a school there. That's not far from there anyways. And I was getting a school. So, yeah, she's giving me stuff all around her. See, and Vance Jackson, I made a comment about that because of the word Jackson that keeps coming in places. But that's just like Alexis, okay? Her reading has confused me so much because, okay, she got the name word. She gave me the word Jackson. So, but when her and the guy showed me the area, they showed me it up high, like kind of bluffy, like looking down, you could see the water and the harbor. Now I'm wondering if that's either a place they went to or if that belongs to someone else, because apparently he drew a map way opposite direction, which is weird because I kept going the opposite direction on the map and I'm like, no, that's not what I see. So sometimes it's hard to hold on one second. I gotta see what's going on over here. What keeps going on over here? What are you doing? What? What? Get it. Hey, stop it. I'm gonna kill that cat. What the heck? What the heck, Roscoe? Hold on. Wait, Roscoe. Hey, quit. Quit, Digit. Look what you're waiting. You can't be nice. You want to play with someone. Outside. Watch out. Stupid ass cat. I love him, but he's not. I apologize for that. My cat decided I didn't close the cupboard door, my little cupboard thing, and he knocked down the bird food. And it's all over the floor. So it's lovely, right? Okay, so there's also star health steps. Remember, guys, I kept seeing a star. So I'm not saying, I obviously wasn't like dead on with this, But there was stuff that I got that does fit. There is a coffee place there. I wonder if that's why she kept showing me coffee. I don't know why she was there. I mean, that didn't come in, so I'm baffled by it, really. I'm baffled by that and that she was in the passenger seat. But there, Prestia, that's a bubble. Oh, that's a tea place. So I don't know. It wasn't a coffee cup. Could be tea or coffee, I guess. So that's what I mean. Like, whenever they show symbols, it fits how it fits. Hold on one second. What are you doing? There's nothing in there for you. There's nothing in there. Put it in the trash. So. Things are crazy tonight. So yeah, that's I mean, that's the best way I can describe it, I guess. It's so weird. I was looking at this place, this T Road and everything. I was right here. I keep wanting to think that I wonder if Oakley is right here, but it's not. Gidget? I swear to goodness. I don't want to put my thing on mute again because I'm afraid I'll lose you guys. I mean, that's basically, other than middle school. I mean, there's a park. Osinger Park is right there too. So there's a little park there. And these, like, again, they just talk about things that are around them, not right next to them, but things on the way, things that are around. Like, that's how readings work. You know, sometimes they show more of, like, where they are. Sometimes they do that, but it really just depends on the spirit and how good they are at communicating and how much they want to communicate and all of that. Like, I can't make her come through any clearer than she did. You know what I mean? And I can't make people go away. And I sometimes don't know where the information is coming from because I don't feel energies the way that other people feel them. It's not my strong suit. So see, I can get words and stuff, but it's weird because I don't get them in the reading. A lot of times. Sometimes I do. I think that's it for the mess. See, we were looking around all. So you know what's funny, Shazam, is you kept putting Ronald McDonald House right there. It's literally you were so close. I think I had Red Hill Place. Like, she was with it. Okay, so her house was Red Hill Place. Where she lived, because that's another reason for red. See the interconnect. Hey, Tanya. Apple Creek. Okay, that's where she was. So remember, Apple came in like a couple years ago, 2019. And Red Hill is like right there. So she wasn't very far from home at all. Which I didn't even realize. But it's about 3 miles, within 3 miles. How do you check distance? Yeah, you did send that the first night. That's what I'm saying. Like, when you look at that, like, I think this is about 3 miles away. Remember, I kept saying there's something about 3 miles or something about 3 miles. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Is that she was about 3 miles. It's roundabout. So see, there was things that I got. I just didn't get everything, unfortunately, which I always tell you guys. I can't promise you I'll get everything. I can't promise you nothing. Which is weird because I know when I said 3 miles, I should have been looking within 3 miles, right? But the vision I was getting did not match. It did not match this, what I was seeing. Like what I was seeing again was like you walk through the tennis courts and you know, I can still see it. So I'm wondering if there's somebody at the park and the tennis courts are an interconnect, and that's why that person came in, because that park is a really major pool for me. I just don't know why. So, I mean, who knows? And like I was pulled in this area, but again, nothing looked like what I was seeing. So, you know, unfortunately, she didn't give me enough to go on, and somebody else interfered. That's just the way it is. You know. See, this park I was looking at, what is a Comanche? Look, there's a Comanche one. All right, I don't know. So, yeah, that's kind of how it works. And that's why I said I got bits and pieces that were her. I got bits and pieces that were Maria Salinas, because I got her last name. And then actually, Fab was the one that sent me that article because I did not know about it. And then I got whoever this random freaking person is. I don't know who this random person is. And it might not even have happened yet. The way that stuff works with me, it might not have even happened yet. And a lot of these roads around here are really, really hard to get. I can't even pronounce them. I probably wouldn't even get them it would be really hard to get in a reading. So I basically go by what I see and what I'm shown. And sometimes they can't show me sometimes they can't show me exactly what they want to show me. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird because if you do follow, like, if you were to go to this, like, tennis courts and you were to go out the woods, like, if you walked a ways, you could get to her. So, I don't know. They're not trying to make things fit either. It's just, you know, how it feels to me and what I notice. And actually, I was looking all around this little medical area too. But I was looking for, like, again, and I didn't see those tennis courts when we were looking around here, so that kind of sucks. I don't know. Sometimes I feel a little disoriented on a map. Wait, what is this? Oh, there's more ponds over here by USSA Boulevard and Eagle Boulevard. There's like 3 more ponds over there. So there was water. It's just everybody kept telling me there wasn't, but there was. Like, that's what I mean. When I'm adamant about something, then there's a reason for it. Okay, so when I'm adamant about something, whether it's this case or another case, there's a reason for it. If I keep seeing water, there's going to be water somewhere. Whether it's a lake, a pond, whatever. Because I said I don't know if it's a lake, a pond, or what. I just know that there's water. And it wasn't the creek from what I was seeing. But there's 3 puddles that are up closer, actually. Puddles. 3 lakes that are up closer. So, remember, in the distance. I kept saying, in the distance. And it's weird that there is oak on the end of Hubinar. Put in Hubinar Oaks. That's what Shine Patrol told me. And shout out to her because she worked really hard. I mean, she drove everywhere. And so, you know, it's not easy to do that. If you haven't subscribe to her because she does try her hardest to look for people in Texas. And, you know, sometimes I send her random places. Actually, a lot of people random places, but that's because I feel a certain way and I got to figure out why I'm feeling that way. Oh, there's an ugly bug on here. Get off, ugly bug. Hi, Kathy. Okay, so it's about 4 miles. But I don't know. We don't know exactly where she was found around there. So pretty close. So that's how it works. So now I'm not really sure what to do. As far as you guys have, you know what we can do? Does anybody know the address of what they're talking about on Dylan? Because I want to look at that right now and see, because I can't watch the live. The live was going right now, a minute ago. Does anybody know? It's like one of James' addresses or something. If not, then I don't know. We can try to bring people on. If you guys have anything you want to say or ask questions, we can do that as well. I don't know if I can do readings tonight. I'm pretty freaking... For some reason, even just talking with you guys and being around you guys is draining. I don't know why. Just the way it is. Does everybody kind of understand? I mean, the reason why I like to talk about this is because I like to kind of explain how I work. And the people that have worked with me for a long time understand it. Like Angela totally gets it because she's worked with me for the past couple years. Or the past... When did the boys go missing? Was it 1 or 2 years ago? Whenever the boys went missing was when I met her. And she kind of understands because she'll pick stuff. Like if she sees words that I've gotten another reading, she'll like, oh, it's here. Okay, let me pin that for you. Because... and then sometimes, like, I get a dream of a place in, like, Waverly, like, they wanted me to remember that, and I swear that it fits, and then you can't do anything about it. That kind of sucks. See, I can't even find that park I was talking about before, but I know there's something going on there, or something there, or someone there. It might just be because there's a lot of bad energy there because of what the cops had said. See, McAllister Park, I've gotten that before too, the word McAllister. I'm like way down here now. I'm like far away from where she was found. I was just looking. I remember being pulled to that word castle because I got that before. But yeah, I mean, I was pulled different places on the map. It's just I unfortunately didn't look like as I saw it. Which sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes things look exactly as they are supposed to, and sometimes they don't, depending on what Spirit's trying to show you. So does anybody want to come on and be my guinea pig to bring someone on here? You don't have to show your face. You can put an avatar if you want, but you do have to add StreamYard, I think. Or make an account, a free account. Does anybody have any spiritual questions like they want to ask? I don't know, because I never know what to talk about unless I like have an idea about it. Or does anybody want to come on and talk? Which that could be the H that Kim and Dylan. That's what I'm saying. Like, remember H, Kim, and Dylan? And that was the case before this one. But I was kind of working them at the same time. So that's what I'm saying. It still might fit Dylan, but it looks like it fits here with the Huberner Oaks. And I would have never gotten that name Huberner. But well, we could try a reading thing, but I mean, it would be for donation. It'd be a good practice. For some reason, I'm getting a stupid headache right now. So I think it's spirit related. Because my head is just started to pound out of nowhere. So I'm pretty sure it's spirit related, just like I did. So does anybody know that address that place is talking about for Dylan? You know what? I'm going to message this person and ask them because I want to look at it and tell you guys what I think about it right now. Yeah. There's something about that park area, and I don't know what it is. Like I said, I can be pulled where people are murdered or where bodies are or where they have been, or if the energy is just bad. So that's why I think I was pulled over there. It might be stronger than her energy was. This is Jim's property. But it says it's in Nevada. 12 miles from Dylan's farm. They found his burned trailer on his property. And talk about it being Utah and Nevada borders. And so you guys remember, and Dylan's reading how he kept talking about property. He was on someone's property. I thought when he was saying, see, that's another thing that's kind of confusing. Because so when he was saying he was down the road, he was talking about, like he was saying that the person was down the road, but he did keep mentioning a property. So it is possible that if Jim has any other property, or Jim or James, allegedly, everyone's innocent until proven guilty, has any property. I mean, obviously they should check that because property did come in. But somebody said Earthworm, I think it's entertainment. The biggest thing is the area sounds so similar to your location reading. FBI has been contacted. They don't know how long it's going to be up. It says approximately 12 miles from Dylan's farm, they found Jim Brenner's burned trailer on his property. Talk about it being Utah and Nevada borders. Jim property. And no thanks, I guess. And that's it. Not sure of address or state because they're side by side. So I don't know. I can't look at it if I don't know where to look. And I can't go watch that live right now. Yeah, I can't say that word. I thought that was a I thought that was a typo, but I guess that's what it is. I don't know how to say that last word. You said a lot of people coming through could be because that person will be found. What other cases have you had this happen, and where were they found? Not really any, honestly, that have been found because, well, because no one looks. I probably have a lot more people found if people would look where I say, even if it's just a random area. I didn't say they would be found. I said because that person there's probably a body there. I get pulled to locations because one, there's a murder occurred there, meaning that they were just murdered and they've already been found. Two, they're missing and they are there and we don't know about it. Or three, their body was there and it's been located. So you got to remember, everything leaves energy. And if something happens in a bad place, it's going to leave like an imprint, like a negative imprint. So I could be feeling that. They could already be found and I not know about it. And that's why I'm feeling that. So it's... And it didn't say will be found. I said it might be that they're in the area. But unless somebody checks, we don't know, right? No, this is a different property. This is one that he lived on before he moved there. This is not the property that he lived on at the current time. It says that Jay lived there before he moved over by Dylan's farm. This is a different property. But Dawn does own that property that he was living on. He wasn't really squatting because Dawn let him live there. So I really don't consider that squatting if he's letting him live there. Sorry, Shazam, I didn't see the comment above. But he did say someone's property, but it was weird because like down the street he was trying to point to the person responsible, and it's weird because people watch my readings and it's like they don't watch the news or something and they don't realize that the person I described is the one that they arrested. Like literally to a T described him. And again, I only seen him. I only seen one person. I didn't see a bunch of people. I think it's just this person got really mad, and took care of. It doesn't feel like it's some big conspiracy. And no, I don't feel that mom's involved. Not at all. So I wish people would quit saying that, because even in EVPs, it's how we perceive the information. And that's one more thing I want to talk about. It's how we perceive the information. So they might be giving me a vision. They might mean something, but I perceive it as something else. It's the same way with EVPs and all of that. Like, it's how we perceive and take the information. And it'd be nice if I could figure out how to pull up a map on here. I heard that it's very complicated, but that would be really cool to do one day, so we could look at the map together. I don't know. Maybe we'll get there one day. So no one wants to be my guinea pig, huh? Shazam, come on, be my guinea pig. You don't have to put your picture up. You don't have to be on camera. You can put an avatar. I can't look at that right now. I mean, I guess I could. From my phone. Okay. So I have someone willing to be a guinea pig. Hold on one second. Telling her how to do it, so hold on. Okay, 1 second, bear with me. My computer's being slow. Hold on. Okay. 1 second. I would do it from my thing, but I don't have her on my regular messenger. Where is my email thing? Oh, that's why. Okay. That's Y E. Okay, now I need this link. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. I have to remember I did. Oh, it's this way. Okay. Copy to clipboard. Okay. Okay. Supposed to have shovels, but I haven't seen any yet. Has a lone tree, huh? What else is there? Why are my computers so slow today? What is going on? come on. So I'm not like patient. I swear I'm not. Okay. Shazam, I also sent it to you if you want to. Okay. We can have surprise guests too. So I'll post this, and if you guys want to come on, just let me know. We'll try this stuff. See what this is all about. Haven't watched it, but it's what everybody's talking about. Wow, okay. Maybe someone listened to my my reading. Because, in the first reading, he did keep mentioning a property. I mean, he did keep talking about down the road, but again, I think that was to say, invite Santa, right? If I knew who Santa was. Oh, I see. Okay, Robin's going to come on. All right, Robin, ready? And just so you know, there's a private chat you can go to if you want to tell me something and not say it to everybody. But we can add Robin to the stream. Dude. If it ever comes on. It seems like it's thinking. And I have really high speed internet, so I don't know why it's thinking so hard. Why is it thinking so hard? Oh, come on, dude. Maybe. I don't know why she's not pulling up. Technical difficulties, I swear. I have freaking worst. Oh, hang on. There's a private chat. Not letting me type either. What the? Oh. No, Robin, I can't hear you. It's not even letting me talk back to you for some reason. So I'm probably going to remove you and then you might have to try to come back in. I don't know why that's. Okay, let's see. Try it again. Oh, she's gone now. Dang it. It is interesting though about his property. Now I'm like super freaking curious. Okay, let's try this again. It shouldn't be on my side, I don't think. Like, no, let me close some things here. See if that helps. I want to make sure this works because I can't be doing readings if I can't get this to work, which is weird because I'm having such a hard time pulling anybody up. My internet says it's fine. I think you can fast forward. Here, Robin, let me try Shazam and see if she comes on. It might be yours, it might be mine. I'm going to try her and then see. If she comes on, then it's yours. It's got to be your side. Can you hear me, Shazam? Hold on. Unmute. Unmute your mic.
There we go.
There you go. It said you can't unmute your guest. Because you're on Shazam, so it's got to be Robin's side, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's up?
Not much.
Where's your avatar at?
It wouldn't let me make one, but I just made the account right now. So I didn't know if you wanted to, if we can play that link.
If we can do what? I was trying to see if I can make it louder because you're not very loud. If what?
If that video had any more information about Dylan.
Uh-huh.
If we can just play it with sound.
I don't think I can do that on the non-paid version.
Well, I can play it on my phone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but that's pretty long unless we just go to the location part.
Oh, it is. Okay, let me see if I can find it.
Because that would match, right? Because I was getting a property, but then in the property, it was weird because like the first reading, I know he kept saying down the street like where he was, but then he showed me a property with a lone tree and like a creek and stuff.
Probably, what, 20, 40 years
old? I can't hear it.
No, I know. I was going to send you a... There's like shovels standing up in the ground.
Oh, good. Yeah. I was told
the thing that sucks is that if he is there, they're going to mess up a...
Right. And I don't even think they have a dog.
The mountain peaks and your surroundings.
But you would think the cops would have already checked it, right?
Well, that's one reason that... Yeah, but I've seen places where cops check and then it turns out that they are there. They just missed it. Oh, there was shovels sticking up out of the ground already. Not that they did, though, right? This is probably just a drone, huh? That's showing the shovels. Remember I saw the shovels sticking up out of the ground? That's odd.
That's just the tree. I'm trying to freeze it so I can screenshot the shovels.
This lets me go back into my other thing. Well, we don't know if it's foul play or what. Just be the light. Honestly, we don't know, right?
Right.
We're just gonna have to wait. I think that it's I mean, and who knows that she could have been carjacked and just left there. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know nothing. She was in the passenger seat, which I find odd.
Yeah, that makes me think foul
it's
play.
It's a little Seuss. Great.
Yeah.
My phone is not going to let me switch back. I hate when it does that. It's a little Seuss. It's a little Seuss.
It's a little sus.
Okay, there we go. Stupid thing. It doesn't let me switch back and forth. It's so annoying. Like from my business thing and then the other. So,
Kicking people off and stuff.
huh?
You see the shovel
I see the random lone tree. Where's the shovel at?
in the next picture.
Okay. I wish I could bring pictures up on this.
Yeah, the first time.
Oh,
Well, I
I
can-
see the shovel. How weird.
No one was there. He tried to say it was somebody.
It's a random shovel.
Everywhere.
There's a lone tree right there. Let's go this way. The lone tree.
Sure, how much?
Odd.
I'll be back. My controller's about to die.
And it's weird that they're showing that. It's almost like someone listened to my reading or something.
Right. And you said the mountains are up in the distance, or was it? I can't remember.
I kept feeling like I was a high up. Do you have to go through mountains to get here? Where is this? I wonder where this is connected. They said it's by Nevada and Utah border, or Nevada and Idaho. I don't fucking know. Okay, the mountains aren't that far. This looks a little mountainous too in some spots.
Yeah, and there's greenery. Remember, you said you kept seeing greenery.
Yeah. A lot of sagebrush or whatever.
It doesn't say in the description.
You have to go like kind of up in the mountains because I heard it was by the border, but I kept feeling like more towards Idaho. But I mean the second reading it was like more like a Nevada border, which apparently this is.
This is weird. This is just sitting there in the middle of nowhere.
I know it is weird that there's just a random shovel, and
It's just sitting there.
random bucket,
Yeah.
random green bucket.
Yeah, that's why I screenshot it. It's green.
It's green. How weird. Oh my gosh. The only thing about people searching, and I do understand where the mom is coming from with this, is if they do find anything, it's going to wreck the crime scene. That's going to wreck where Dylan was. So I do understand her point on that. You know.
Right.
Yeah, that's what someone said. Wonder if I can bring Robin on too. Let's see if I can try to bring both of you on.
Said you should be able to bring up to 5.
If
There
her
we go.
thing works this time. Robin, are you on?
Said you should be able to bring up to 5.
I can't. Your sound isn't very good, Tammy or Shazam. Robin, can you hear me? Your sound isn't very good, Tammy or Shazam. I can't hear you either. Robin, can you hear me? Is your guys' volume all the way up? I can't hear you either. Robin, can you hear me? Is your guys' volume all the way up?
Uh-oh.
I think you're gonna have to mute me on your stream because I can hear me in the background. I think you're gonna have to mute me. As I hear my echo, so you're gonna have to mute me on YouTube. Can you do that? My husband used to camp up in Lucin, but he never went up the hike. More stayed around Rabbit Springs. The area is huge, though. Hard to find anything or anyone. Yeah, unless he's on a property, like you said. Robin, are you there? I don't have audio on her at all. I want to know where this property is on the map. It says your device is not connected. I have 2 things from you. One says device is not connected. The other is says you're on. Are you not on? Robin? I don't hear anything. Gasoline. Robin. I can't hear her at all. I'm gonna remove you because I can't hear you.
Yeah, I can't hear her either.
I can hear you, but it's not very loud. So if they stored gasoline, that's probably why it blew up. Kind of not smart. And there's another random shovel.
None of that. None
Yeah,
of that would have
and
grown
they
if
touched
this was
it.
Done,
They knocked it down.
in
Now
like,
that's dumb.
around,
Yeah, it
long
was
as you can
standing
kinda-
straight up.
Because remember, I kept talking about a shovel.
Yeah.
It's just they got to be careful because they're gonna ruin everything. You know,
oh shit.
as far as if he gets arrested, you know, as far as they charge him with this and everything. Let's try this one. Robin came on another stream. See if we can hear on this one. Yeah, but that's logical when it comes to I understand where mom's coming from and why she doesn't want a lot of people searching because she wants justice for her son, and if anything's tainted, that's not going to happen. Robin is doing the thinking thing again. I don't know, girl. How weird. It's doing the thinking. Try this one.
Usually don't work as good.
Right? And the shovels, remember I kept talking about a shovel standing up? I kept seeing that.
Yeah.
Robin, where are you? Can you hear me?
I'm just trying to figure out how they found out about that place, and if the cops haven't been out there and they're out there tainting stuff, it's not really a good idea for them to be right there.
It's not.
I think they should have left that for the FBI.
Apparently, FBI's been contacted. That's what I was told or notified. All right, Robin. Well, the one that I tried to pull you up on, I can't hear you. And the other one, it just keeps thinking. Robin, are you there? Apparently not. I don't know. I don't know why I can hear you, but not her. It's weird. I don't know. Are they saying anything else?
No, I messaged them to ask them where it was, but I haven't gotten any response yet.
Yeah, the shovels are weird. I don't know.
It's just weird where the tree is out there and the shovels are out there, and it's partly sandy, partly greenery. You got that.
Well, the lone tree is what's weird. It's randomly just there.
Right, and there's a big rock right in front of it. You said something about a big rock.
I don't remember. But I kept getting a creek. I wonder if there's even a dried out creek.
No, that's what I was actually just looking for.
Like a creek bed. But it's hard because we don't know where it's at, so we can't look on the map. Right, but it's weird. It's just remember the lone tree kept coming in really, really strong? Like, that's what I mean. Like, when I repeat stuff, it's usually for a reason. So, I don't know. Robin, did you get your sound fixed? She's still on, the backstage, but hold on. Let me see if I can... I can't even type on this. She's like, that's why I'm your piggy. She said it said that she was blocked. She's not blocked. I didn't block her. There are ways to block people, but I did not block you.
I didn't either.
So, hold on, let me try. Robin, are you there? It's weird that hers isn't working, but yours is.
Yeah.
She doesn't even have a little icon.
Not even the, yeah.
I'm gonna unplug this now because I'm using a too high a voltage for my charger. It's on my wish list, but it was getting hot right now because I forgot to unplug it. See anything else?
No, but it is
It's weird. Why are they? But it's like it's weird because they're showing.
I mean, if you look
They're
at that
showing
picture,
they're showing the tree by itself, but yet it's like, how did they know to take a picture of that?
what's a video? I screenshotted it. It's in a video. I'm just screenshotting stuff from the video.
No, I know. I'm saying. So why are they? Well, unless they did they stay on that tree for a minute, or was it just an accident they caught it in the?
Just taking video of the area.
Okay, so I was gonna say.
I mean, like an exhaust pipe of some sort.
She says they didn't touch anything. One was laying down.
Well, there's a blue shovel that they. Let me look. Let me go back. Maybe there's two.
Lots of debris out here.
Because it was standing up, and then when they showed it, it was laying down.
So
Yeah, there's two different ones, I guess. One was standing, one was laying down.
Okay. I just
Also,
haven't
this
caught
really
the.
flat rock.
See, Robin, when I try to add this one, it just thinks and thinks and thinks. Like, it's weird because Shazam's came up right away and she had a little icon, but yours is not doing that. Yours just has a hard time connecting, and then there's no icon for you. How weird. Are you on your computer, Shazam, or are you on the phone?
I'm on the computer for you, and I'm on my
Oh,
phone just
listen,
looking at
man.
this video.
Here for a while.
I had to plug it in because right as soon as I could log on, it shut off.
It's just, I find it weird that no one's recognizing that the person that I described is him, and it is done before he was ever arrested, and that's all that Dylan showed me. Yeah, I guess she did. I guess she made a StreamYard account. I mean, I told her to. I don't know. So it is kind of hilly there. Let's see.
Yeah.
She said they're making me dizzy. Midnight. Is it because they're moving the camera around or what?
Yeah, a lot.
I probably couldn't watch it. I'd be throwing up.
Well, then it goes to the ground and then it goes up and then it goes to the ground.
Well, is it a drone?
No, it's somebody holding it.
Then they need a new cameraman. So if you would like to come on and have a live reading done, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do that. If I should just come live and then see who wants a live reading for donation, or if it's something I should set up ahead of time. If you're interested in doing that, I guess message me. I don't know. And we could record it or we could do it live because there's a way to record it, but I get less recording hours than live hours. Hey, Fab. What's going on, Chica? You missed the whole live, man. It says Robin's backstage, but I can never bring her on. Doo-doo. I know. Oh. Okay, hold on. That's what's going on. I guess she didn't make an account. So make an account. I'm gonna I don't think I can close these ones. You'll have to X out of the ones that you got on here, Robin, and then yeah, because I kind of go over and explain. So Fab, do you have a question about anything? Because I was trying to think of what else I could talk about. We were talking about Dylan Rounds right now and how they're looking at Jim or James or whoever's other property that he had before he moved to where Dylan was. And we just finished talking kind of how spirit works with me and talking about the validation for Chrissy and Maria and kind of what happened with that reading. And we still don't know what happened. I mean, she could have easily been, something could have happened, from someone. I don't know. I wasn't shown. It was a very weird reading. I don't know. Very weird. What is that noise?
Sorry, that's my phone.
Oh, okay. I thought it was something I was missing here. I was like, oh, what? I mean, this is kind of, it's kind of cool. What do you guys think of this whole StreamYard thing? Starting to get a little more professional, huh? Well, you know what? The Fredericksburg, I was drawn over there by Cinnamon Hills, and I don't know. It didn't look like what I was seeing. Like I wasn't seeing in the middle of the, whatever. In the middle of the city. I know it's a good idea, right? Bringing people on and doing readings. If I have never done it before, so you guys will just have to be patient with me. And it depends. I'm wondering if I should do it before. Right. For a medical reading, if you want to message me, that would probably be better. And I'm not a doctor. Spirit just gives what needs to be checked and whatnot, and what could be going on. But a lot of doctors, yeah. Well. And I find lost items too. Well, lately I have been. I found Fab's keys. She was like, oh my gosh, I lost my keys in the sand because she went out to Government Park for me. And because, like, she knows how I work. She knows I get pulled in certain directions and we don't know why. But we got to check it out. And I guess she dropped her keys in the sand and I couldn't find them. And I kept hearing to the left, to the left. It was weird. Like the song, kind of. It was like the song. It was like to the left, everybody to the left kind of thing. And so I told her, I said, look to your left a little bit. She looked to her left and she found him. And apparently she'd been looking for him for an hour. I was like, why didn't you message me like an hour ago, dude?
Right.
Yes, just be the light. I have. I hope, anyways. I keep trying to get there. We can only go up, not down, right? So we just keep growing. Just keep growing and evolving to evolve. So yeah, next time, Fab, just message me if you lost your damn keys or something. Don't be looking in the heat for an hour. I found him in 15 seconds, she said. She looked a whole hour.
That
It was
sounds
weird. It was like that simple, just to the left, and she did, and then we're there. How weird, huh? It wasn't like anything crazy. And then Shazam, she was like looking for her stylus, and it wasn't where I said, but because she looked where I said, she saw it.
Yep, all I did was looked up and it's right there. And that's just like the tablet that was missing for a week and a half, and I had all my kids up here looking for it the whole entire day. And then I was talking to her and she's like, oh, I think it's like in between the bed and the bed frame. It fell under a pillow. Yep, I found it in less than a minute. So
She was about to get all her kids in trouble. They were all going to get grounded.
yep. Because they like to hide stuff on each other.
Right? So her kids better be thanking me. I kept them from being grounded. And I found my friend's cat. Like, I kept telling her it was the third house down. And she was sick. Like, she's older and she's sick. And she didn't have anybody to help her. She's like, I can't get down there. And I was like, you need to, because he's 3 houses down. So one day, I guess she got out. And she just walked. She got down there. And she's like, yep, he was underneath the truck 3 houses down. So, and I've done that with other cats where they've told me how many houses down they are and stuff, and I haven't heard anything back. But usually if they say it, they're around there somewhere.
I think maybe if they found him, or if they didn't find him, they would have contacted you again.
Yeah. Maybe it wasn't the right timing of going down there, because you know how cats are. Like to wander. But it was weird because whenever I found Angela's daughter's wallet, we were doing? We were on chat or something, like a group chat, and there was somebody else in there, and I kept getting clothes. And I was like, why the heck am I getting like a pile of clothes, right? Because it didn't make sense really for the wallet, but I thought it was for her. And there's another example, okay, of how spirit is like weird like that. So I kept getting clothes, and Angela's looking in all her clothes at this point. But there's somebody else on there, and she was like, you just found my son's charger. So apparently, like her son lost the charger. She didn't say anything, but when she heard me say clothes, she told him to check the clothes, and there was a charger. So then after, so see, that's what I mean. I can't control what comes through and when. And so after she found the charger, then I was given the location of the wallet. And apparently they were looking for that thing for like 6 months, and it had a bunch of money in it. So that was a lifesaver. But what sucks is it's like, I don't know. I can't. I've been doing that a lot, and it's been right, but like not always. Such as Angela's keys. She wanted the specific boat keys, and I found all the other keys but the boat keys I was trying to find. So sometimes it works like that too. I don't know. But we just have. It's like it's weird. We gotta. And like my mom's house, I don't see where her stuff is, but I'll walk to it. I wish bodies were that easy, or people. It's weird. Can you imagine if I could find people the way that I find objects?
Right.
I mean, how many objects did I find like in 1 week? It was like 5 or 6 or something like that. So if I could only find people the way that I find objects.
Right. We were on the phone when I was trying to find my debit card, remember? And I'm like, I'm just trying to find my debit card. And you're like, did you look in the van in a cubby hole? Or in the vehicle in a cubby hole? Yep, it was there.
I don't know. I was thinking about adding that, but I don't know how much to charge for it because I think it would depend on the item, and I can't promise I'm going to find it. So, but at the same time, I can't do it for free as much as I would like to because it does take energy to do it. So, I mean, I don't really know. I think I would do like a donation thing on that, maybe. Just because I can't promise I could find it.
Are you missing anything, Fabiola?
She found her keys.
Oh, that's right.
She did donate $10, and I didn't tell her to. I was glad she found him. I was sitting there worried because, you know, she's out there in the freaking sun and the heat in Texas, and she can't find her keys in the sand, and I can't believe all it took was to tell her they were to the left, you know. But it was weird. It came in like a song, like to the left, that box song. It was weird. That's what I mean. That's how spirit is sometimes, you know. It's just the way that spirit works. And that's what I mean. Like, it's about putting the stuff together. It's not always straightforward. I wish it was. But when it comes to working on missing people, it's never straightforward for whatever reason. You got to put the puzzle pieces together. So I just tell people, like, it's what's around, you know. It's what's around. It's what's on the way. It's not necessarily like what's right next to them. But if they get us in the vicinity with reference points, you know, maybe a killer at the park. What? No, I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what she's saying. Fab, do you want to come on? I have to make a StreamYard account, but. And I don't know if I should do those readings live or I should do them pre-recorded. I only have like 5 hours of pre-recorded. Because I think Matt Frazier does it. Does he do it live or does he record it? He does it through Zoom. I know that.
I think he records it.
I got called a female Matt Frazier today. Because I know not everybody can get a reading with him. It's just not possible. He's one person. He's not going to get to every single person that wants a reading from him. So I'm like, well, you can go to other mediums that you're going to give the same information usually if they're good, you know? So that's what I was saying. Like, if you can't get a hold of Matt Frazier, I can give you a good reading.
Yep.
So I asked my friend today after her reading was over, and she's like, because the guy was saying words I don't say, like slang, like do re mi. He called money do re mi, and like instead of talking proper, like he said done when it was supposed to be did, and like, you know, he was talking like I don't talk. So it was a way that his mom knew it was him, like in the same language that he would use. Like slang, like you know how they use on the street kind of slang.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And what was crazy is like I've never seen him do this either, where they showed me them walking back into the light and he showed doves flying like this. And she said, well, I released doves at his funeral, and I have a dove tattoo in memory of him. So yeah, it is a compliment. And that's why I always kind of compare myself to him, because I think my readings are kind of similar. But lately, like my private readings, I've been getting such specific information. It's kind of crazy. And I turned a skeptic, and I knew when she did it, like I had a feeling she was skeptical, and I was a little nervous about it, you know, because I don't I don't know, skeptics just make me nervous because I feel like, well, what if I don't get good information? Or what if I give them good information, but they're so skeptical that they don't want to take the information? So I get a little like, I don't know, freaked out. But I had a feeling she didn't really believe. So we did that reading, and he was so specific on stuff. There's no way I could have known. And she come back, she says, you are 10 million legit. Like, I was so skeptical before. I'm not skeptical anymore. I was like, oh, thank God. Okay, because let me try Robin again. She came back on. I know she knows she had to make a account. No, I am special my way. I said we're similar in the way that we give readings. That's all I was saying. The only reason I compare myself is so people will at least give me a try. Because him and like Allison, I'm kind of similar to. I just don't see people like behind people or pull in spirit that way. I pull them in the way that Allison does. Allison Dubois does on her thing. So I'm like a mix. I'm like a mix of a bunch of different ones. Yeah, Robin is still not letting you pull up. So I don't know. But I know, like I said, that's why I always say that we're not all gifted the same. And so I wouldn't be the same as him. And it's just similar. Like, I'm like a mix of a few different ones, I think. But my readings have become like super specific lately, especially with passings. They didn't used to be. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Hey. Stop it. Sorry. I forgot about that, Fab. So I didn't even remember giving you that in the reading. You got him after the reading? Did you get that dog after the reading I gave you? Fab? I know, Robin. I'm sorry. So, okay. So from what I remember, right, Fab, I and this is why I tell you guys I get future stuff. So I kept telling her I saw a white dog jumping. And she was like, well, I don't have like a white dog on the other side. I don't have any white dogs. And I'm like, well, just keep it in mind. You know, I always tell people keep everything in mind because it might happen in the future. And so she just told me, I think today, that she got this white dog and she's like so jumpy. Like she jumps. She likes to jump up and stuff. And that's what I was seeing. And she's like, I didn't pick her, but she's here. So there you go. And that's what I mean about stuff coming, happening later on. It does happen. Stuff like that does come in the readings. Like a lot of pregnancies will come in people's readings, and I'll see someone pregnant, and then they'll message me, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, my daughter got pregnant," or "Oh yeah, my son got pregnant," and it'll be the right sex. Like it's just spirit likes to predict stuff sometimes, so that when it happens, you're like, "Oh crap, okay, yeah, gotcha." And what sucks is like with this live, people are probably gonna click off because. Do you want to try to come on, Flab? Literally makes no sense. I don't understand that comment. Do you? Did you take care of that? Are you back?
You're talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I put him in timeout.
Okay.
There's a link here. Let me try. You have to make a StreamYard account, though.
When you make an account and it asks
You
for
make
the
an
camera.
account and then you'll, I think, follow the link, right?
Yeah, that's what I did. I clicked on the link and then it made me make an account.
Dude, I hope this dog didn't get underneath the deck with her thing on. I've had to tie her to the deck because of the toads. It was raining again today. Dog's crazy, dude. And so earlier, Shazam might go outside because I'm like, I don't know what made me look out there. I had to go out to the dumpster, the trash can. And so I go out there, and the dog's on the other side of the fence, opening up my packages. So she does go over there. I need to figure out a way to get her not to go through there. I think it's because, I don't know if she's jumping it or she's going through the little, like when there's a gate in there, like at the bottom, there's a little hole. Oh, she's squeezing through that or what? Okay, so Fab's here. Let's try her. I'm getting hot. Don't tell me your guys' spirits are around me. There's
Yay.
Fab.
Can you hear me?
Kind of.
Kind of. Let me take
I
my...
just can't hear you that loud. Can everybody else hear her?
I can.
See, you got louder. Make sure you're speaking into
Okay.
the speaker.
Okay. Can you
There you
hear
go.
me better now?
Yep.
I took the case off. Maybe that'll help.
Yeah, I can hear you better.
Okay, cool. I look terrible. Otherwise, I
It's
look,
okay.
my hair's everywhere because I was working really hard today as opposed to most days. So, blank screen.
It's okay. People can add avatars too. That's why I said you don't have to show yourself. We're just
Oh, that's
trying
cool.
it. We're just trying it because, like I said, I want to do readings this way. Maybe. I don't know. I've never done
It's
that
a
before.
great advertisement. It's great entertainment. It leaves you I mean, someone like me, it would get me thinking, just hearing the person's validations of what you're saying, and the difference between the beginning of the session, how they were feeling, versus the end of the session. I mean, no pill can do that for you.
Exactly.
Well, I've been wanting to do it for a while, but I couldn't figure out how to do it. So I don't think it's any kind of. I manifest things sometimes, and I manifest people, but I don't think it's a coincidence that I saw Natalie Jones's thing, Ginger's thing popped up. I commented to her. She got a hold of me. She told me how to do StreamYards and everything because I didn't even know about this place. And she helped me set it up today. So without that, but I don't know. I've been wanting to do it for a while because I always see Matt, like the way Matt Frazier does it on his Zoom, and I wanted to do something like that. But at the same time, I've never done readings that way. Like, you know what I mean? I prefer to do them written because I connect best that way. So I don't know how it's going to go.
Maybe you can. How would it work if you typed and then read what you typed? Or
No,
like,
it
so, no,
would be too hard. Yeah.
yeah, too much
But
interruption, like
that's the
back
part
and
of
forth.
growing. So I just have to see if I can still, if I'll still be able to do it this way, even though there's someone there. Because I like to focus on spirit. So before I bring Natalie Jones's family on, because her aunt is is open to doing a session on here with me. So before I do that, I'd like to practice.
That's a great idea. Absolutely.
And actually, I'm gonna be on a podcast. We're gonna be recording Light Up Your Worth, I think it's called. So if you guys haven't followed Light Up Your Worth on YouTube, and they also have a podcast on Spotify, you can do that, and then I'll let you guys know when it's gonna air.
Cool. I'm gonna write it down because I'll
And then
forget.
she said she knows a couple people. And see, there's again, people are being put in my path, and it's been that way. And that's the way spirit works. I mean, we're always meant to meet people that we're gonna meet. It's just the way that it goes.
Very cool.
And spirit knows that I want to reach more people. So,
And you
yep.
need to. You need to
Huh?
because you change lives. You need to reach more people. So not only do you want to because it's your calling, but I think the earth needs you to reach more people.
I agree.
Because my readings are so life changing. Like, that's why I try to tell people, like, I can feel the shift in people after they've had a reading, like how they are before and then after they have that validation that their loved one is okay. It because I know how that was for me. I was the same way. Once I had that validation they were okay and they were around, it was like my healing shifted. So I think that everybody that is open to it should at least experience a reading at least once in their life, because it does shift your healing into another direction instead of just being sad and upset all the time. I've never had anybody say they regret it. Knock on wood, I haven't had anybody that's complained. Yes, there's been times where the spirits have been a little bit harder and they don't give as much information, but then again, that goes with, depends on the spirit.
That's true. I think even with Matt Frazier, somebody like there's been a main person who wants a reading on someone, and they happen to have a friend sitting next to them, some random friend that just hopped on over to their house, and the friend gets the reading.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, and people always get the readings who are meant to get the readings. And
mm-hmm.
like, I don't feel that anybody I've ever met or given a reading to was ever by accident, because it wasn't. Um, I feel that I get the people I'm meant to get. So I don't know. People are drawn to me for a reason, and it's usually that they need some kind of reading or some kind of message or something.
Yeah. Yeah, because I've never heard you like have that happen. Like you're pretty open about when things go really well or when you have self-doubts or something like that, and I've never heard you talk about that that I've seen happen to Matt Frazier. um where he's supposed to do someone's reading and then someone else comes through for somebody different. um so like I said, I told Rochelle that she's like a speech therapist for the or a counselor for spirits. She gets them talking.
Yeah, they do. I mean, and some, I mean, like I said, the last few readings have been really specific. So I've watched my readings shift from the very beginning I started doing readings to now, and how much more information comes in, how much more I feel the shifting of it. Like, we're growing all the time. And so one day when it comes to cases, I might be able to pinpoint better. I might be able to not have interconnects. Like, we don't know where this is going. All we know is that spirit works with us a certain way for a certain reason.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Absolutely.
don't know the reason that they work with me the way that they work with me, but and no one does, but they do. And I think I've well over proven the legitness of myself in the almost 10 years I've been doing this, because guess what? I would not be doing this and lying about who I am and trying to be someone I'm not. Like, I don't see the point in that. I've thrown everything into this because this is my calling. No other job has ever felt right. I don't feel right doing anything else. Good night, midnight noon.
Good
Um,
night, Midnight Moon.
it's weird. Like, when you have a calling, you have a calling. Spirit always says, follow your passion. Your passion is your calling. my passion has always been helping people. I knew that after my husband passed, and I was helped. I wanted to do what that person did for me. I wanted to do for other people. So, and I think I do. I mean, I know I do, because the way that I see people shift.
I think another great thing, and I've mentioned this before, like for this, what's it called? Yard? Something yard? Whatever this thing is. Not so this like side of YouTube is that people can get ideas for gifts. Sometimes some people are really hard to give a gift to.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I don't give my brother or my sister-in-law gifts anymore because I can never get it right, and they let me know. So, like I give them love and I'll babysit their kids, but I can never like physically get them something, because when they want something they get it. So like, what do you get people like that? And a reading is a great gift to give somebody that may be open, or that after you've watched how people feel, that you can say, I know you're a little closed with this, but you got to watch some of these sessions, and if you like it, it's my birthday gift to you, or it's my Christmas gift to you, because I think it could really be life changing.
Yeah, I've had people do that before. I've had them buy gifts for other people, and I always say that, like around Mother's Day, Father's Day, like those kind of days where people have lost mothers and fathers. I always say, like, it's a perfect gift to give for those kind of things, And so far, I don't think I've let anybody down. I haven't had anybody, get mad at me or say they get mad at me. So I've always been able to channel the spirit. Like I said, every reading is different. Some are stronger than others, but lately the last 3 have been really the strongest that I've ever, some of the strongest readings I've ever done. So I don't know what's going on with me. I don't know if I'm shifting in a way and if I'm growing in a way. Like I said, we're always growing, we're always changing, we're always evolving in our gifts. And I agree.
Arizona,
it is a good gift.
Your Arizona move was huge in your, I guess your health. It paired up with your health, and you got your little ranch, or you got your goats. I don't know that you had goats in California.
I did. They were Eli's.
Oh, you did. Oh,
they were Eli's goats. We're seeing how many people we can get on here. They were Eli's goats. Hi, Robin.
Hi, can you see me now?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, and you can hear me. Holy smokes, I got it through.
Awesome.
You made it.
I'm sweating and I'm an old lady. Look, good Lord.
It's okay. Girl, I feel your frustration. Like I said, I was on the live and everything quit working on me. The camera quit working, the mic quit working. I'm like, what the heck? Like, it says it's working. I had to shut down my computer, restart it. Thank God it still kept the way that you enter it. I didn't lose anything. But I feel you.
Me. I did. I tried my iPad. I tried my telephone. I tried my laptop. I was like, Jiminy damn crickets. I'm never going to get through. I'm sweating. That was like hard work and I didn't do anything. Well, thanks for having me on.
I'm glad you made it.
Yeah, I feel
I wanted to see how many people I could get on here and have some guinea pigs.
Okay, well, I was your first guinea pig, and I think I was the pig. I don't know. I was in the mud. I was in the muck.
I can barely hear you. I'm trying to.
I can hear her, but I can hear you better, but you've got a mic.
Yeah.
Well, my mic says it's on. I don't know.
it's
Maybe
up
I have
all
to
the way?
talk really loud.
Is it 6 inches from your mouth?
Do
Like
I need to be
like
that
you
close?
like typically like a mic? Okay, so the I'm such a nerd, like with so many things. I'm like horrible. I try to keep it down. So like if you do that cool dude, surfer dude little sign where your pinky and your thumb are out, like a mic has to be that far away from your mouth in order to pick up
Well, yeah, it was like that.
oh, okay.
Am I better now? I feel like I should take my glasses off and pretend I'm reading real far. I don't know.
And Shazam's being quiet. I don't even know. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm laughing.
Well,
If I talk, I gotta get really close to the computer because otherwise you said you can't hear me.
so okay, so I've got this like this. Can you guys hear me okay like this?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah. Let me turn off my fan.
Well, maybe it's the magic sleuth that has
there. Maybe that'll help.
You know, a lot of times when you're on, Rochelle, I'll have the Gauss meter on, you know, the one with the lights from green to red.
She hears you guys talking. That's great. She's like, she hears me in my house.
Those ghost meters, I think they're called Gauss meters, and
Yeah, EVPs.
yeah.
Mhm.
So I usually have it on when you're like looking at cases and stuff, and for some reason, or when you're just talking, and during this time, and I have my phone quite a bit away from it, and it's been going to orange and every once in a while red. So you've got some spirits around you.
Well, how come whenever I use this, it doesn't work? I'm like, maybe I should have just got the regular one. Poor Shazam, she got me this, and I can't get it to stay on, and it's never told me anybody was here.
I think they pick up on different things because my first one, it was like that. I've heard it be compared to those new buckets.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Some kind of like I don't know what they're called. It's
Well,
like
they never touch my cat balls though.
You know that really sounds foul.
balls?
I mean, that really does. You know.
I'm gonna make a T-shirt, Robin. I'm gonna say "Touch my cat balls," and it's gonna be a
then
picture
you
of
send me
these.
one of those because I'll wear that daggone thing.
I want to. Seriously, I've been talking about that since we did the Cochise thing. Because at the Cochise, I kept telling the spirits to touch the cat balls, and they wouldn't touch them, or they didn't make them go off. And so I was like, what if I made a shirt that says "Touch my cat balls," and I have pictures of these on there?
I don't know. Maybe Spirit said, "Man, ew, that's gross." I don't know. They might have a sense of humor.
They do it for other channels, like Sarah Saving Spirit. She'll have her like EVP going. She'll have this on. This will turn red. Her cat balls will go off. I'm sitting here literally channeling, and
That's because
nothing.
you're using all the energy. That's probably why they're giving it all to you.
Yes.
I don't know. They need to do it though, because it would be really a lot better if they did that, because it'd be good for my show.
Right? Well, I get
But
you.
yeah, that would be a good shirt. I think I'm going to try to figure out how to do that, actually, if I can. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know if I'm allowed to use the other pictures of cat balls or if I have to take them myself or what. But I'm going to figure out how to make a merchandise shirt for that.
Oh, that would be funny.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
like it. That would be fun. Especially since you're starting up this and making it big and making it grow. It's kind of fun to be on something new. And well, I'm all brand new to all this YouTube. I just kind of got hooked on it this year, and I was like, this is better than TV because I can pause, I can walk away, I can skip through, you have to watch some ads, but gosh, when you watch regular TV, well, I did have that YouTube TV, And you got to watch like 7 million commercials before the show even comes on.
Right.
You know? I don't even know where I was going with that. I totally forgot where I'm going with that.
Welcome to the club.
I know. Well, I guess this is one way for me to learn along with you.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know?
you know, I see all these other channels and I'm just like, well, I'm so simple. You know, I'm so simple. I like to do things a simple way. I like to be comfortable, but at the same time, I need to evolve with the times, I guess. I need to evolve my channel if it's ever going to go anywhere. And since I do this full time, I mean, it kind of needs to go somewhere, like soon.
Well, yeah, and what you do is good and valid.
Yeah.
And not everybody is a believer, but when things happen to you or you just flip and know things for no reason, but you just know it,
Mm-hmm.
it's hard to explain to somebody.
Yeah.
They think that some of my family members thought that I lost my mind. I was like, I don't see things. I don't do any of that stuff. Just sometimes I just call it the knowing. I don't know. I don't even know what to call
That's
it.
clear. That's
Oh, that's a good
claircognizant.
name.
That's claircognizant. When you just know something, that's called claircognizant. I use that a lot in my readings too, where I just know it and I tell them, and it's usually there. It's usually on. But it was weird. Like I was thinking about my ex today. Like we talk sometimes, but we go sometimes a while without talking.
Right.
So I was thinking about him a couple hours before the show, and he randomly called me when I was getting on live. And we don't talk every day or anything like that, but that stuff happens to me. That's happening more often, stuff like that. I was thinking about that. What's that guy's name that plays in Aquaman? The hot
Jason
one.
Momoa. Jason
Yeah.
Momoa.
Yeah.
Mr.
Okay, so I was
Honka
thinking
burning
about
up.
him randomly the other day. And so I'm like, so much that I watched Aquaman, and then I see on the news he's in an accident the next day. So it's just like weird stuff like that. I don't know why I'm thinking about certain people and then stuff's happening. That's never happened before. That's new. That's what I mean by like the involvement of gifts.
No, but that happens to me too. It happened to me on the 4th of July. Had a really rotten breakup, and it was a toxic relationship, but I don't know why I had like this magnet toward him, whatever. And my cousin was going through something similar, and she called me and she was upset, and I said, look, this is what I had to do with him, and I go and just cut it off. And then all of a sudden, the next thing you know, 4th of July, he sends me a text out of the blue, and I'm like, Jiminy damn crickets, I can't even mention his name. And he shows up. So why does that happen?
Soul contract. You still got your what are they called? I hate when my mind goes blank like that.
That umbilical
You
cord.
still got your cords to them. You got to cut your cords.
But how many times do I have to cut my cords? I don't get
You
it.
just gotta keep
I've
doing.
heard a lot.
Yeah.
I've heard. I don't know.
That's the thing too. Is I mean, soul contracts are hard, especially if you've had a past life with them. Like that's the thing with me and my ex is we've known each other now for 16 years. And we didn't get along back then. He had a lot of problems, a lot of bad things back then. But he's a completely different person now. So it's weird that he's always kind of been in and out of my life. And there's a soul contract there. There's definitely a soul connection there because, I do think of him from time to time, even though I don't want to.
Right.
And,
yeah, I get it.
Yeah, and then now he's coming back in, but he's a different person, and we hope that they keep that change, right? But people can evolve and they can grow and they can change, but you got to remember too, everything's a vibrational energy, so you got to shift your energy to shift them away.
Right? I took a broom to my brain, honey child. I took a broom to my brain and swept him out. Like, I don't know. I guess he has octopus cord to me or something. Just snipping it away. I don't know. I'm happier that he's not in my life anymore, though. So, So who's up in the corner? I see you.
That's Shazam, and she
That-
does what's your name? Vanished and Forgotten. So
Okay.
go over there and if you guys haven't subscribed, subscribe to her because we're gonna be doing probably some kind of collab. I don't know how we're gonna do it, but
Okay.
she's my moderator and a really good friend of mine, and
Yeah, I think I just found you guys in the last week, like a week or so. And I honestly, I've been listening to you at one of my jobs because I can work alone and put the earbuds in and do my thing, And I'm like, okay, but I believe you. I get you, And it's nice to be able to, I don't know. Nobody in my family thinks the way I do. So I feel like the Lone Ranger sometimes,
My whole family thinks I'm crazy, so
Ah,
they do.
yeah, mine too. Mine
Yeah.
too.
well, that goes with the vibrational thing. Okay, they're
Yep.
not vibrating on the same level as you are. When you
Yep.
vibrate on the same level as someone, then they're in our life. When the vibration changes, that's when they usually leave. Family or not, everything is energy. Everything is vibration. So,
Right.
but I always tell Shazam if they want to be idiots, it's their problem, not yours. You're vibrating at a higher level than they are. Just let them go, and hopefully one day they match you again. I have to tell myself that all the time when I lose people because it's hard. It hurts.
Yeah,
It's
it hurt me. I lost my mom and I kept saying some certain things and I go, and some things had happened. And that's when I realized that there was something a little different with me. Like she had some mental stuff going on and some severe depression. And I was sitting next to her one evening and I just got the worst headache. And it was like somebody was stabbing me in the head. And I just looked
Hello.
over her and I yelled at her and I said, "Stop thinking dark thoughts."
Yeah.
And she just looked at me and I startled her because I yelled because it was a thing. But, and that's when I knew. And it's usually with people who have really, I don't know, heavy depression or something. Those ones are the ones that affect me the most.
Yeah.
I don't know. But that's when I started learning about it.
That's an empath thing. And the empath and clairsentient kind of go together. I've noticed. Like you're an empath, you're usually a clairsentient. They're very similar. There's feeling people's energies, feeling energies of places, things like that. So it all has to do with feeling energies.
Yep.
Hi, Lori. Speaking of exes, been married 21 years. My husband's ex-girlfriend tries to contact him every few years. Seems to get more and more unstable. Not sure if I should be worried about her. I mean, probably, but I don't, if your man is a good man, he'll try to, he won't allow that to happen, Best thing you can do is try to help him cut his cords with her. I mean, if we're doing it right, it usually works pretty good. But there's different ways to do it.
I am going to call on Johnny Depp and his Edward Scissorhands. And I'm going to share it with
poor
Lori.
thing. You know what's funny? You know what's crazy? Okay, so this is the first time that this happened to me is Lori, this made me think of it. She says, I'm an empath and I work in a hospital. So I'm an empath and I'm clairsentient. My clairsentient isn't very strong, but it's been getting stronger lately and within the last year or last year or two. So I had to take my son to the hospital. He was fine. He was absolutely fine. But as soon as I walk in the door and I sit down, I'm like, oh my gosh, getting a headache here. My body's aching. I'm in pain everywhere. And I'm like, I'm texting Shazam. I'm like, well, now I'm in pain and now I'm hurting. And damn it, I can't come in hospitals anymore. And that's never used to happen before. And I'm like, well, am I feeling his pain, my pain, what? So finally, when we leave the hospital, I'm fine. No more pain.
Picking up on everybody's energy over there.
Apparently, because the same thing happens when I go to Tombstone, especially. I'm okay during the day, but once night hits, I'm in a pain here and a pain there. And I'm just like,
what the heck? But
I'd like you to go to an element, because I used to work at an elementary school, and I had to stop working at an elementary school because I was always in pain. And the thing is, like, is it Robin that's
Yes.
underneath you in
Yep.
the screen? Yes. I think it's amazing that you can tell what is yours and what is somebody else's, because I can't do that. Like, I'm not aware of what is somebody else's pain or emotion versus my own.
You know
I
what?
just own all of it.
I'm just learning some of it. And okay, so it's kind of a quick story, but not a quick story. But I'm a sucker for people with, I don't mean to say a sob story, but people who are really down. I will help somebody the best of my ability. And just the other day, well, she was here a month and a half because she got evicted and I helped her out. And then all of a sudden they wanted to evict me because she wouldn't leave my apartment when she was told to. Like, she had a time limit. And but I know that she has some mental issues. I don't know if you want to call it bipolar or something scrambled up there. And I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but it reminded me of my mother because she would kind of walk in circles from time to time, just like high energy. Look, I have an ADHD kid, so that's nothing to me. You know what I mean? I'm like
I do
surrounded
too,
by
or
this.
did.
Too.
Right.
Me too. Me
So-
too. My whole family, including myself, have ADHD.
But I could be sitting in my chair and she would be sitting 4 feet away from me, maybe on the sofa next to me. And I could just feel her. And I started getting anxious and like, and then I would be getting mad. But I was just like, finally, I said, just knock it off. I don't know what's going on, but just knock it off. Stop whatever you're doing. But of course, you know that I'm picking up on this stuff and it does affect me. And so when I had to kick her out, when they sent me that notice, and I'm not going to tell on myself, but I wasn't nice. And I usually am a very nice person. But I felt a rage like I've never felt before. And I'm like, was it because I was just holding it in and I couldn't get her out? Or honest to God, I've been talking to God, I've been talking to spirit guides or whoever's listening, because I'm like, please tell me if I have hidden rage. Because I did. I'm sorry for the word, but I went ghetto on her ass. I said some things that I shouldn't have said. I'm 60 and she's 40 years old. And I was trying to help her get back with her kids. But at the end of the day, I don't know, maybe I just started catching her in little lies and maybe that built up in me. But I know that I was feeling her stuff sitting here in this chair and I just couldn't get away fast enough sometimes. So sometimes I know it's not me. Does that make sense? Sometimes
Mm-hmm.
it's really blaring that it's not you.
And I guess, like, in your home, it's a lot easier to tell because you're used to a certain vibe versus, let's say, an office.
Right.
Like, is it easier for you to tell at when you're at home that it's not your energy versus?
Well, it's funny you should bring that up because I work 2 jobs, and at one of my jobs, right away, I knew that there was 2 people that I wasn't real fond of. I just felt it, but I didn't ever try to be mean or anything. But then I also wasn't going to be a wallflower when push came to shove, if that makes sense. You know, but so I do pick up on that kind of thing, but generally I like everybody. You got to do something before I'm not liking you. Do you understand
Yes,
what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
yes, I completely understand. Like,
Yes.
I give people the benefit of the doubt a lot to try to explain their behavior, my interpretation of their behavior, before I call it,
Yep.
like, okay, dude, there's
Oh my
something
God.
wrong and a
I'm so
boundary needs
glad.
to be.
I'm so glad you're saying that because I call it, well, there's a couple things I call it. But first, I'll give it the 20 question rule, but I'll question my own darn self.
Yes. I'll question myself first. But I didn't learn about boundaries until I was 40 something. I was like, what? People can have boundaries with other people?
Look.
What?
I think that's what I just did. Is I had my first big, huge boundary act this week, and I'm tripping over it. I don't know. I guess it's okay to get mad when somebody crosses over your boundaries. You two girls are being real quiet up there. You're scaring me.
I'm just listening to you guys.
Is that your baby? Your
My youngest,
little one?
Yep. He was actually in the background video when I did Riker's video for Rochelle.
Oh, wow. So cute.
You say
Yeah,
hi?
she's the one that does all the the clips, the Dylan, the one with Dylan, and then Riker. She's the one that did all the clips for me because
Okay.
I don't have the patience for that. Like I don't know how to do it. Like I don't know. I'm not good at the technical editing stuff, I guess.
Somebody else is peeking in. He needs
That's
to get
my oldest. She's
He needs to
20
get
and he's
close to
my
her.
youngest and he's 1.
Hi.
Beautiful.
She's got her
children.
hands full.
I have 7.
Jiminy, you don't make me cuss.
And my
Did you
5-year-old,
figure that out?
my 5-year-old's like 3 kids in one because he has a trach. So I basically have like 10 kids.
Oh my.
She just got a TV recently.
Oh my gosh.
You said you just got a TV recently.
Yes,
it's
because
an old joke. It's an old joke. It's an old joke. People back then they didn't have TV, so they made babies all the time. It's an
Right.
old
Okay. Now I get it because I'm going, what?
I really did just buy a new TV. So I'm like, oh, okay, maybe I was on the phone when we got it because we had our old fashion TV from like way back in like 2000, and we had the VCR hooked up for the kids because the TV had broke and we couldn't get it right away. So we ended up doing that and just bought a new one.
Look,
we lost Fab.
I was the channel turner for my grandparents when I was a kid.
Oh, yeah, we were too.
And we had like 3 channels.
Yeah.
Like serious. And anytime I could watch Flipper or the Flintstones, I was in heaven.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, we're getting ready to have more baby booming. So
I'm not having
everybody be ready for it.
Well, in Texas, they will, whether they want to or not, apparently.
Well, now that all this has happened where our rights are taken away, be prepared for everything to go haywire.
Well, I feel like there's going to be more baby killing. I'm just saying. Some people don't believe in adoption. There's going to be more baby killing.
That's what I'm saying. That my work's going to get harder. It's going to get harder because there's people that shouldn't have kids. That part of that's the thing when I talk about soul contracts. If you guys haven't seen the soul contracts video, make sure you watch that. So sometimes there's a soul contract and the baby already knows that they're not going to end up coming and they need to come later. They need to come to someone else. But there's a lesson in that for the babies and for the baby's soul and for the mom. So they know that before it ever happens.
I can't believe you just said that.
So they're basically changing. They're basically changing. They're changing people's soul contracts in a way.
Wow.
If you think about it,
messing.
Yeah. And then you have these people that the birth control is 100%, right? And I hope that no one gets offended by any of this because I come up from a spiritual point. I know that souls exist on the other side. And from the way that I look at it, it's not the way that other people look at it. And I don't want to talk about anything controversial, but again, it comes down to the soul contracts and that lesson that they chose to go through. And so it makes it a little hard because then you have these people where birth control isn't 100%. People are going to have babies that probably shouldn't have babies. Our foster system and our adoption system is completely full of corruption, some of it, not all of it, and things like that. So now it's going to get overly full. You're going to have more people on welfare. You're going to have more people that are going to end up killing their babies because they're drug addicts or whatever, and they don't want to have their babies. And I'm going to end up having to work more child cases, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a
That's
baby
sad.
boom. We're going to go back to another, people back in the day, they had 10, 12 kids. That's kind of what it's going to be like. Because it starts with this and then it goes to the contraception.
You know, I just got in December 28th, my youngest son and his wife adopted a little boy. So I get it but it was honestly pure hell for my son's wife because she wanted a baby so bad. And it actually it kind of flowed over into the entire family. You know what I mean? That pain, that grief. And then my oldest son, him and his wife ended up having a baby, getting pregnant. And so it was hard. And so I haven't posted lots of pictures of my grandkids on Facebook because I don't want there to be any jealousy. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, I understand completely. I don't think we know how to react to that type of grief.
Yes.
And the person going through that grief doesn't know how to react to the triggers that are going to be everywhere because life is a cycle, and it's a very hard, and then it's taboo, so nobody's really communicating with each other.
Right.
Well, and I've personally been through it when I was in my 20s for various reasons. There was various reasons. And yes, did I regret it afterwards? Yes. But that was a lesson that I had to go through. That was a lesson that the soul on the other side had to go through. And if we ever decided she would come back, that's usually how it happens. They always have the choice to come back. So coming from someone who's done it and someone who has a kid, I mean, sometimes I look back and I'm like, should I have made a different decision? And that's part of the lesson of it. Did I make the right decision at that time? And, probably not now that I look at it, but at the same time, at that time, I felt that was best for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously.
No, I get that too. It took me a long time to get there in that opinion, though.
Mm-hmm.
It did. But I'm okay with it now. I get it now. I think I get it.
Well, and then I come and then I'm saying like, okay, it's different when they're like 4 or 5 weeks compared to 10 weeks, 20 weeks.
Yeah.
I'm saying it shouldn't be, if they're going to do this, it should be not after a certain time point. Not when there's a heart and all that stuff. But in the very beginning, when it's just like a little tiny thing, there's no soul in that yet. So then there comes a point where they should have just stopped it after, just say, okay, well, then after a certain point, that I can understand.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think in Texas, they're even talking about not giving not the abortion pill, but the morning after pill, which is the abortion pill. It just prevents the fertilization.
Yeah.
That's what I thought I understood a long time ago, but I didn't really know.
That didn't work for me. It didn't work for me. It didn't work it made me super sick. It didn't work for me, but
see, I don't know, all these new things and all these new apps and everything else, I don't understand a lot.
Exactly. But it's our body, it's our choice. It should be up to us. Exactly. And again, it's a soul contract. So we're changing people's soul contracts. We're meddling in, just like people opening dimensions of other universes. We're meddling in the crap that we don't need to be meddling into. Like Lori says, I'm an ultrasound technologist. It's so complex. I see fetus all night, and they truly know if they will be born or not. And actually, from what I understand, the soul doesn't even enter the body until it's time to be born. If you watch some of the From Heaven and all of those kind of books where they talk about the other side, I think Sylvia Brown might even have one, but they talk about, how sometimes babies are born late, sometimes they're born early, sometimes all of a sudden they need a C-section. There's something I read one time where she was a medium and she wrote a book, and I cannot for the life of me remember the name of the book, but she said that she was sitting there and it was like the girl was having a hard time having the baby, and all of a sudden she felt this whoosh, like something, and I just got the chills, but something like invisible, and it was the soul entering into the body, and then shortly after that the baby was born. So the baby's soul isn't even in the body until they're about to be born. They pick their time they're going to be born based on their soul contract, and it has to intertwine with their astrology chart. That's why certain people with their astrology chart will have certain personalities, will have, certain times that they're born. And that's why sometimes, most of the time our astrology charts, if they're done right, are accurate, is because it goes along with the time and date we're born. We have to be born at that certain time and date in order to have those things happen. Like my grandma had my astrology chart done when I was way young. I need to find it and show you guys. It talks about all of this happening with me later on. It talks about me having gifts and working with crime. And this was done when I was a child. So that's pretty validating for me as far as the astrology chart goes. And we're not just one sign either. People have to remember that we're our whole chart, So that's another thing people that aren't spiritual don't understand, that the soul isn't even in the body at that point in time anyways. So
yeah, you know what? I was raised very strict Catholic.
Yeah,
And
me
so
too.
I had to get over a lot of things, and I don't think that I was okay. Let me correct that. I think when I became 38, I was around 38 years old, and then I kind of stuck my finger up to all of it, right? But my grandmother's best friend was psychic, and my mother told me that that was a no-no, and that was, I really, and it was in me, and they say that in church and all these things. So I was a closet Sylvia Brown watcher. Like I would
me
put it on
too.
TV and I would watch
Yep.
it. And yeah, and then I remember having this conversation in my 30s going, why is that wrong? If somebody has that gift, why is that wrong? Because it can be used for so much good. And then I wanted to have
That's where I
it.
come from.
Yeah.
I want to be able to go find missing babies. I want to help somebody in that way.
Yeah.
So then I'm like jealous of Magic Sleuth over here.
Oh,
You
I
know?
tell her all the time she's like my Spider-Man,
Right?
Like if
Magic
I were a little
Sleuth.
kid, she's like Spider-Man, and then I go off pretending to be Spider-Man,
Right. Yeah.
But I know I'm just pretending. I do have a little intuition, but like with my feelings versus other people's feelings or ailments, it's hard for me to know what's coming from my ADHD head, because it's one thought after the other versus what's coming from spirit.
Yeah, and that's why I'm up at 3:00 in the morning, because Magic Sleuth, I know you're really the psychic sleuth, but you like to do extremely long, streams, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be there with her. She's
Because I don't
small
shut up, I know.
No, but you never know when something magical.
I live alone, okay? I talk to the animals all day long.
Look, okay, we need to talk about that. I have another friend she talks to people on the other side, and she's a very dear friend of mine. But what is it about you guys that talk to the other side that have 15 million animals? I don't get it. She's got fish and snails and cats and dogs.
Because I like them better than people. I
Well,
mean, I like people, okay, but you know what? Let me tell you something. There's been lots of times where it's been really hard, and yes, a lot of times it is hard because of them. But I don't know. The thing is we always get the animals we're supposed to have. They come into our
Right.
life in the same way they have soul contracts with us as well. So anytime anyone enters my life, I'm like, well, okay, I guess I picked you before we were born. So come
Okay,
on.
can I have a do-over with God and redo my schedule? Because man, I really picked a hard journey. I am
Next
not kidding
life.
you guys. I did
I
it. I
that's a
decided to
good
kick my own
question.
ass. I don't know
No,
why.
you can't. Not in this life. You can do it the next life. But the thing
The
is
next life.
you pick these lessons for a reason, and the harder you made your blueprint, the more you will evolve. That's the less you got to learn next time around. So we don't ever learn anything from things being easy. We have to go through a lot of trials and tribulations. Life is an easy period. They say that Earth is the hardest place to come to, the hardest place
Right.
to, do okay. So it's
I
it's
agree
a
with you on that.
it's a very low vibrational place. So the strongest people come here to learn the hardest lessons, unfortunately. And some
Oh, that
people
makes
do
me
really
feel
well with
good.
it, and
The
some people
strongest
just
people.
screw it all up.
Mhm. Well, there's no doubt that I'm an oak tree, even though I feel weak sometimes and I feel like a willow on occasion. But man, I am kind of disappointed with my other self that signed up for all this mess because I'm tired.
Mm-hmm. Well, from a soul level, you saw it differently. From a soul level, you thought, well, I do want to learn this, and I do want to learn that, and I do want to struggle through this. And before you came, they were like, are you sure? And you're like, yeah, I'm sure.
Right,
Because this is
exactly.
what I need to go through. But that's on a soul level. And then as a human, you're like, what the hell did I get myself into?
Okay,
Can
so
we go
I'm
back and
calling on
retry this again?
All
Yes.
right, Magic. I'm telling you, I'm calling on the soul.
Magic.
Can you give me a break, please? Can I just have a
What's the name of my
timeout
cat?
for a little while? Do they have that button?
Right.
I would like
God,
to
give me a
find one.
break. I need one.
It's interesting you say that because I have a friend that paid for a reading on Etsy. It wasn't a reading. It was a Reiki session on Etsy from someone in Australia. Now and they did the Reiki while she was asleep. My husband said that the lady was like doing margaritas. He wasn't so sure because it wasn't like, and then she wrote a report, and in it said, I have abolished all your soul contracts for generations to come. You are free of all your soul contracts and all this and that. I was like, I'm a Reiki master, and I've never but she like has other titles that I definitely don't have. So, and I was like, can she do that? Maybe she was drinking margaritas.
Oh my
No.
goodness.
That does not sound
No.
Oh my
No.
goodness.
It's like
I'm
ones
sorry,
that
guys.
it's like those ones that message you and tell you, oh, you have a curse, let me remove it and I'll pay you for it. It's like those ones,
You know
They
what
give us
song
a
went
bad
through my
name. It
head?
irritates me. Huh?
You know what song went through my head when she said that and all of your ancestral blah blah curses are gone? That that song that I got the power.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? You know that
Yeah.
is exactly the
Yeah.
song that went blasted through my head. I'm like, dang. So you're a Reiki master?
I am.
Do you know I used to have the tingling in the hands and I could feel
Did
things
you?
on people? Yeah, now I got the neuropathy, so I got the tingling all over now. But I did have that. Oh gosh, in probably 2005, 6, and I could feel and that heat, and
Yeah,
I was living in Podunk, South Dakota,
that's the real
and
name
what?
of the city. That's the real name, Podunk.
No,
Oh,
it was called Edgemont,
okay.
but I called it the porta potty of the West, but it
Okay.
was really small. But I was out there so far out, and the only thing we had was a public library. Google was pretty new to me at that time, and on our internet. Y'all complain about internet now? No. that place had the spinning wheel of death. You had to wait like 10 minutes for it to even connect. It was all that
Yes.
dial up and
Dial up.
everything.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about. She's shaking her
I
head.
sure do.
But I didn't. I had this stuff and I was like, I didn't know. And I know that I could feel things through a picture. And so I got a Reiki book and I lit a candle and I would say prayers and I could feel this stuff going through, but I didn't know what I was doing. But
Oh.
I was saying good prayers. Well, prayers I read. I didn't make them up. I would just pray. But I could feel that. And I felt something on my father. I made him send me a picture of him because I was just kind of learning something. And so I remember getting the picture off the internet and I remember printing it out. And I remember taking my hand and going like this over. And I could feel exactly where he hurt. I could feel the pain on him. And so then I told him, and I knew about the one, and I said, but Dad, the other shoulder's really bad too. But this one's worse. And probably about a year later, I went back to Maryland to see family, and he just kind of came up to me and he said, "You were right." And I didn't even know, he just said it. And I said, then later I go, "I was right about what?" And he just kind of pointed at his shoulder, and I go, so I understand what you mean when you ask for validation.
Yeah.
I do understand that, because I don't know. I just knew things without knowing, right?
That was cool about the Claire cognizance, because of all the Claires, I don't think I'd ever heard of that one.
It's a knowing. It's just a knowing.
The knowing. That's
Mhm.
cool.
I don't even know what to call it. And I sometimes I don't feel like I have it all the time, but sometimes when I feel something, I'm like, I've tried to make it a point. I think everybody has it. It's like trusting your gut. I think that's really what it is. And so, like, when my gut says, hey, you better take a lawn chair, there's not going to be enough chairs at this party you're going to. You better take the daggone lawn chair. Let that be a lesson to you. I mean,
And if we don't listen, we're like, God damn, I should have listened. That happens to me all the time.
Thank you.
Like, oh,
yes.
crap.
No.
Well,
I got crap. Dang it.
Well, I'm really glad that you guys allowed me to come on, but I am going to go my tail end to bed if I can't. I'll probably be thinking about y'all all night. Y'all are so special,
Aww.
But I thought, I'll be your guinea pig. I don't know what I'm doing, so I'll pig out right here. Look how long it took me to get on.
Hey,
I
at least you
know,
got here.
I know. But I don't know who this belongs to, but I keep getting a headache, like really bad headache. I didn't have it before. So this would be someone that's, I don't know if it's one of you guys or someone in the chat, but this is someone that would have had a
chills, and I know
head injury.
Exactly. Yes.
And there's a Mary too that keeps coming in, and I don't know who Mary is, but there's a Mary that keeps coming in.
Mary Jane or Margaret? My mother and father are both gone. My father did die by a gunshot to the head.
In the head?
Right.
Okay. It would be you then.
Yeah, I know. Look,
I just
I'm
got
a hot
the chills.
mess, and you shouldn't probably dive too deep in me because I can't. I have a hard time being with me right now. I'm still.
I don't have to go any further. I just needed to figure out where my head was coming. My head pain was coming from.
She posted that 15 minutes ago.
I feel like I keep getting told he's here with me all the time.
Well, he is, because he's making my head hurt really bad.
Don't do that.
So
Dad. Please don't hurt her head.
They don't mean to. It's just I feel people's passing sometimes. It's just the way that it is.
For validation.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why I want to get these validation videos done, because I really feel like if we put them together, people understand it more.
Oh, yes.
And that's why I wanted to start them.
Which is weird because the Dylan one is obvious, but people were like, oh, who,
Still
Chase?
Yeah.
No.
Did
no.
I explain who he did?
Nicholas-
Does Chase live
You
down
know
the
what?
street? No. Does he an old man? No. Like,
No, I totally knew, and I saw your little clips, and you had used the picture of him,
Yep.
and that's why I sent you that private message saying, "Hey, check this out." And that was that dude's property, which is backed up, and it's kind of weird because he's squatting by Dylan's property, or maybe on. They just say it's so close, right? And I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't live out there. But then there's the line that is loosened is it Utah or is that Nevada?
That's Utah.
Utah.
Okay. Well, anyhow, there's a border that's really close, and then they talk about
Montello.
Montello, but
That's
I'm
Nevada.
going back,
That's
I'm
in
going
Nevada.
back by what is it Rochelle?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going by when I watched your reading, and I remember you kept saying you kept hearing cows, and you said I hear mooing, and on that no thanks show this evening, one
Yeah.
of the guests was saying that they have a lot of open range cows out there, like they tag them and then they just get to go walk in free range. Is that what it's called? Open range?
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
I was like, okay. She kept saying she hears mooing. She says stuff about a lone tree. There's a couple lone trees out there. I mean, you have to take your pick, but where they were, and then they were on his property, and then they were showing, and you talked about the mountains and bovine, and you remember that you were trying to get the animal, and it was an antelope, and they were showing antelope out there.
Well, I didn't see
I
that.
think it might be like one of those mountain goats or the longhorn goats,
Right?
because we have them in Arizona, and I've seen videos of them.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen longhorn goats or sheep, but I also seen antelope, and those have those big long horns. Now, do you know what color those horns were? Most of the antelope's horns are like dark black or dark gray.
I think these ones, I think they curve. I want to say that they're the ones that curve back.
Right, and they go like straight back, right?
Like they curve like
Or
this.
do they
Like
curl?
they curve.
They
Yeah.
curl.
Yeah.
Okay, because a mountain goat, there's curl. That's like a
Yeah.
ram.
Yeah.
But an antelope, and those are out there all over the place. Because remember, I told you I lived out there in South Dakota, and I spent some time in Wyoming, and I spent some time in Colorado. So
Right.
anyhow, the thing is that they're sitting there and they're talking about all this stuff, and everything. A lot of the things that you were talking about were flying through my head, and I'm like, she said these things. Now,
Yeah.
I didn't know if you could look at that video and it looks similar to what you see, because I don't have that gift.
Yeah.
And that's why I said, watch it. I don't know, but it's worth a watch, because
Yeah.
these other things, and especially when you kept talking about the cows, and I go, what cows? And then they brought up cows tonight.
And
I was like,
everybody kept telling me llamas, and I'm like, no, do llamas moo? Llamas do not moo. Stop
The
trying to
reason-
fit everything that I say. It's not llamas. It's a cow.
You know why they were saying that? Because one
Because
of
of
the
the llama
guys,
farms.
he had alpacas. He had
Alpacas,
out
llamas,
there.
whatever.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's why
But
they
alpacas don't freaking moo, though.
right, exactly. And that's why I said to you, when he started talking about these open range cows out there, and they were showing, and there's been several people that go out on these searches, right? And they've got drones and stuff. And I saw these cows going through these brush, and I was like, well, I'll be doggone, she's right. They got cows rolling around out there in the middle of nowhere. So I just wanted you to take a look at it and see if anything felt, those
Well,
mountains. You said
What's
bovine.
interesting to me is like I didn't know that Jim James, whoever, I didn't know that he had another property. And I remember in the first reading, Dylan kept talking about the dude was down the street. It was a neighbor, somebody that worked from everything. But then he kept saying, I'm on someone's property. So now, and I knew it wasn't that property because that one they searched. And now, now that you're saying there's another property, I'm like, oh, well, crap.
Right. And there is a couple different ones, but they did
Yeah.
keep talking about that guy. And I go, she's onto it. But I had no idea that his property was like Dylan's, like when you were looking at the mountains, you know, when they were showing the mountains, it's on the very, I don't know, I'm looking at the screen, and it was the mountains all the way, almost like the end of the mountains on the left if you were watching the TV. And he goes, and you just go right over there, and that's where Dylan's farm is. And I went, well, holy cow. It's just on the other side of the mountain, this guy's property.
Wow.
Just, and those mountains are not big.
Well, not only that, but I had that dream. And when I have dreams of maps, I think it's different than like when people come in and say, you know, whenever I have dreams of like carjackings and stuff, obviously, I think it's different because they actually show me the map. And what Dylan showed me that night, because I've been kind of questioning, is he showed me the way I was going, but he shows me like 2 creeks, like on either side. And like he's in the mountains below. So we were focusing on the place that's like between Goose Creek and there's an M Creek or something like that. So I'm just wondering if this place has creeks on the other side, because that's what he kept showing me. That's why I wanted to look on a map and see exactly where they're talking about.
They could be, but you know, they get a lot of washes out there. You know, from like when it floods and
is weird you say that, because for the last, I mean, this one felt like had water in it, but for the last 2 days, I've been getting a riverbed or a creek bed with rocks in it. I got it in, I kept getting it in Chrissy's, but it doesn't seem to fit there, and it was separate than like the creek. But I kept seeing like the rocks. You know how like those creek beds they're just like full of rocks, and they have the bigger rocks along the side? Yes. I keep getting that. And so I don't know if that's for Dylan or not, but it seems to be, because it seems like some of Chrissy's stuff came in his, and then probably more than likely his stuff came in hers, because that's how he is. He likes to talk when he likes to talk.
Well, I guess it was because it was kind of like breaking news this evening. And, you know, I had just come home from work and I went, what?
Well,
you know,
it's weird because I don't know if you follow Dark Paranormal, but he got Rachelle on his EVP.
Yeah, that was awesome.
2 days before I did the reading. And Dylan had been telling me for 2 days to do a reading on him.
That's crazy because, you know, I got to tell you, when I watched that guy, and I did turn it on, and then I went, nope, this isn't for me.
So right now that you're talking about Dylan, right now it's close to my phone, but it wasn't close to my phone because the closer it is to your phone, your phone will make it go off too. But it's like far away from any electrical unit. This is how it was responding to when you started talking about Dylan. That he likes to talk and interconnect.
Well, the same about, okay, so the thing about, like you're saying, well, he thought this guy, blah, blah, blah. I don't think what he's understanding, what many people don't understand, is EVPs can be anybody. So say he's getting, and it's how we perceive the information, all right? So say he's getting Emerald Falls like he was getting, that might not even be Dylan. That might be someone saying, I'm over here in Emerald Falls, or Emerald whatever it's called. It might not even be him. Just because he gets it doesn't mean it belongs there. Same thing with me. Just not that's why I always tell everybody I get interconnects. So and maybe I work a little bit like an EVP. I don't know.
Maybe so.
At this point, because I always say not everything I get is going to fit this reading. That's just the way that it works with me.
That's why
most of the stuff does.
Working.
Right.
Yeah. So
you are the best route.
So, well, you know what? I would be happy to like give him another chance, but you know when something just like all of a sudden this is not for you.
Well,
that's how I felt about it.
Like I don't like to use EVP. Sometimes I do for validation, or sometimes for fun, or just to see what's said. But I don't ever use them in a reading way, just because anybody could be talking and people can come through and they can trick you. So they can try to throw things off of track. And so that's why I'm not like big on using them for readings, just because I trust my gifts more than I trust an EVP. Just because you can get whoever and you don't know who's really talking. And like everybody keeps saying the mom's involved because mom is said an EVP. That could just be him trying to say his mom. It doesn't mean she's involved. It could just be him saying her name or saying mom, and it's how we're perceiving it. And because they're doing a crime reading, they're thinking, oh, well, they're saying mom, that must be involved. Oh, they're saying Ed, oh, he must be involved. No, Ed owned the land, so they might just be saying Ed because he owned the land. It doesn't necessarily mean he's involved. So, and they can say people that are connected, like Kurt. Okay, just because Kurt's mentioned doesn't mean he's involved either. If he was really good friends with that guy, and if he was like a father figure, like I've heard he is to him, then he might be mentioning him because maybe he has information. It doesn't necessarily mean that everybody that they're mentioning is involved. And that's the thing with EVPs. And I should kick myself in the butt because there's sometimes I go like to watch to just like validate, and they'll say other things, and then I start second guessing myself, and I'm like, but that's not what I got.
See, and okay, so like how while you're talking, I believe there's a connection to Kurt. I believe there's a connection. I don't believe he did it.
Right.
But
because
I have a feeling that is in my gut that I can't. It's the brother. It's the crazy brother of his.
Well, I would say that except for that's not who Dylan showed me. So I try not to go through rumors. I try not to go through what other people get. I went into Dylan completely blind. I didn't even know who the kid was. And that's why I always say, like, I like to go in readings blind because I get the purest information. So there's no thoughts about anybody else or anything like that. Because I mean, even with rods and pendulums, we can change the way that they go with our thoughts. Because I've done that before where I'll think of something, I'll be like, okay, the answer is yes. Well, it's going to swing to yes. And if we already have those conceptions in our mind about what we think and feel, or what we feel might have happened, it's going to sway the rods. That's why I don't think that they're that accurate either. But so if I would have gotten anybody else other than this guy, he described this guy to a freaking T.
Yeah. I agree with you. I'm just saying,
and if I feel like, and he only showed me one person, and there's been times where I've been shown 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, and he also kept saying it's not as complicated as people are making it. They're making it into this complicated conspiracy thing, and it's not. It's literally, I pissed someone off. They got mad. They did this to me, and they took me here, and they did this. It's more like he's trying to say it's straightforward, because I feel like that is the clearest description of anybody I've ever gotten in any of the cases I've ever worked, in any of the readings I've ever done. That is the clearest description of someone.
I wish you had a really close up so that we could see that scar. Remember you talked about a scar. No, you said that he had a scar, like.
Well, I didn't know if it was on the face or where it was. It can be anywhere. I said I don't know if it's on the face or where it's at. It could be anywhere.
Right.
Well, but I mean, basically, I said he's a bigger guy. He's got white hair. Sometimes he grows his beard. Sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he wears a baseball cap. Sometimes he wears a cowboy hat, which I don't know if he does or not. The overalls can be Dylan or it can be him. I don't know if he does. If he farms, he probably wears overalls. The neighbor was the biggest thing. And he was so adamant about down the street. He would not let me leave that alone. He was trying to point to where the dude was. And I have never had a spirit do that before, but it was, of course, it was easier because it was really close. But the fact that he said neighbor and down the street, and then he starts talking about a property, and I'm thinking after this guy comes out, I'm like, they check that property. He can't be on that property. Well, if the dude's got another property, now it makes my mind start going, well,
he
was talking about a property. So now I'm curious what this, and the property's in the direction I kept going. That's not a coincidence either.
No, and now you know why I said, please check this out.
Other
But
than
I just like I go, she's on point.
other than they
But-
kept, he made me feel like he was high, like more towards Idaho in the third reading. But again, that might not be him. I don't know. There's a couple other people missing out there. But someone said, and I think I watched the interview with the mom and her talking about how she felt like Chase's son or Chase was involved or something like that. But I heard that Chase actually turned himself in, and like he was trying to show that he was innocent. That was what we heard, right?
Yeah.
So why would you do that if you had anything to do with it?
You know what? There has been a whole storm of different things going on.
Well,
but they have been targeting the mom, and I don't think it's fair because not everybody shows all their emotions.
Right.
Some people.
Well, sometimes when you're in shock, you don't show it. Like when the cop showed up at my door to tell me my husband was killed in an accident, I said, the guy was like, well, why aren't you crying? Like, what's wrong with you? Because I was like, literally, like, what did he do? Like, I didn't start crying. I didn't start doing anything. I was just like, it didn't hit me. It didn't hit me. And it probably won't hit her until, this all comes around to the way it's going to come around to.
I get it.
She's got her game face on.
I've got my
like
game face.
basketball players
It's
prepare
serious.
for that game, no matter what they're feeling beforehand. She needs to play this game, which is looking for her son, and it's not a game, but it's.
And she's that type of person, anyways. I feel like she's that type of serious person, anyways. But that's the thing that irritates. I mean, she wouldn't take my information. Okay, that's fine. Not everybody's a believer in it. Now, if it was my son, I would go to. I wouldn't trust anybody because there are psychic mediums that aren't legit. There are ones that don't give right information. But I would, if someone is tried and true, I would at least listen to what they had to say. And if it matched up with stuff that's going on, if there's validation there, then there's something to listen to. That's just my opinion, but not everybody's going to do that. And just because she doesn't want help looking for her son, she explained why she didn't want help looking for her son. It's because she doesn't want anybody but law enforcement in a crime scene where it can get contaminated, where the case could get thrown out, where there's not enough evidence, which I totally get that. I totally understand that. When she explained it like that, I got it. Before.
But that's why they were looking. Oh, they were still looking, but not over at the crime scene or anywhere in there.
Right.
They were still.
I mean, drones are okay, but don't, because she said in her interview that crime scene where where his RV was so tainted because so many people were in and out of there.
Right.
It's like, okay, now they've already screwed that up.
Right. Yeah. No,
so I can understand where she's coming from, from a certain perspective. But as far as listening to certain people that may have like my huge validation on why I feel like I'm right about this case is because everything that came out 3 weeks later about this dude is hitting. Right down to the assault charges that I had no idea about, right down to him drinking that I had no idea about. Just personal information that there's no way I could have known.
But that's what I'm saying to you is that like I'm sitting here watching a lot of stuff and I'm like, okay, she said that. Okay, she said that. And then today when that video came out, I said she needs to look at it and just see if those are the same mountains. Because like I said, I don't know what you see, sweetie.
Yeah.
But I just thought, okay.
I wish I could like project what I see on a screen. That would be awesome because I can't draw for crap. And the maps that I have tried to draw, it's like, okay, like Anaya's looked like the road and everything where she was, but it was still a crappy map. But like I said, it's like I remote view. So it's like I'm standing there and I'm looking at everything. Sometimes I see it above. And sometimes they'll show me like if I'm looking at a map, and then sometimes it's like I'm standing on the road and I'm looking. And one thing I do keep getting with him, and I was gonna say this next, and I don't even know if I should do a focus reading on him because of how my last book, I seem to get more interconnects, so I don't know. We'll see. Mm-hmm. But the one thing I keep getting is, okay, you know that kind of sand where like you step in it and your feet or your boots, whatever you're walking in, kind of sink into the sand. It's like a deeper sand and
I think
a wider sand. And so I keep getting that kind of sand. Like I see them walking in that sand, but there's a rock, and then the pathway goes behind it, and then there's a pathway that goes in front of it. For some reason, that keeps coming in, and I don't really know why. I don't know if it has anything to do, if it's across the street. I don't know if it's just really close to the property, if it's on the property, but what I'm describing is what I've been trying to find, and I can't really find it because I'm not there. No, not the Great Salt Lake. This is the other direction. And again, it's just a pathway. It's the whole place isn't like that. This just happens to be this pathway that's a little deeper sand that you're walking in. Not like really deep, but deeper to the kind that you sink in. Like if you were to walk kind of on the beach, how it feels like when you kind of sink in like that. It's kind of like that. And I keep getting that. And then it's weird. Like there's a rock in the middle, and then it goes like this and like that.
I wonder if one
Sandy.
time you could have like do this with one of your subscribers who's like an artist and describe, kind of like they do.
Wrong direction. He's by the border. Wrong direction. They have that. They have those pathways over by the riverbeds and stuff like that. And even in the mountain, there's even sandier places like that. It's not the whole area. It's just a specific area. There's gypsum sand too all around there, but that's the wrong way. Not Salt Lake. No, that's the wrong way. This is going towards the border the other way. I don't know how else to describe it. That's just the thing that they keep showing me over and over.
Right. So there's a rock in between the two paths.
Yeah.
Like a pretty big rock.
No, this is by the border of Nevada.
Okay.
I'm telling Jaylee because she's like talking about the Great Salt Lake, and I'm like, no, the other direction. Nevada border. Where the mountains are. Like if you leave him and you go that way. Like I always say, he wanted to take me towards the two borders. So I don't know if he was trying to say he's up by Idaho border, but he wanted the two borders were important as a reference to go that way.
So like the line is Nevada on the other side. So I heard you like two pathways and then there's a rock in the middle. Like
yeah. There's like a jagged rock in the middle, and then there's one pathway that goes one way and one pathway that goes another.
Oh,
Yeah, but it's only about 12 miles. It's 12 miles from there. We're talking about from Lucin. We're talking about from where Dylan lived. It's only about 12 miles or more it's not very far to the border there.
And is that at the base? Do you think it's more at the base, the middle of a mountain? Or
I don't know. Like I kept seeing, I kept seeing the two creeks there on either side.
So the pathways could be creeks because they're washes.
Well,
also?
What he showed me on the map was a creek on one side with greenery, and then another creek, and then the mountains in the middle, or the mountainous area, I should say, in the middle.
Okay.
Sorry,
and that would make sense. Okay.
Dylan's property is only like what? It's not that far from the Nevada border, from what I heard.
No, it's not.
Right.
And again, like I don't know if he was showing me I don't know if he was showing me the borders to say, oh, he's up by Idaho border, or he's just showing me the borders to say go that way, towards the two borders. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. Well, I don't know any of that.
I've looked at the map, Chaylee. That's the wrong direction. It's not that I'm not trying to listen, but when I get adamant about something, it's for a reason. And that's not what I'm seeing. He's not at the lake. He's not near the lake. He's not in that direction. He takes me towards the Nevada and Idaho border, that direction. The direction that she's saying that Jim's other property is, that's the right direction.
Okay, so now here I have like a creek with grass around it, but then there's the two paths.
Yeah,
You
but
know where the creek is in reference?
The two paths and the rock are that's gonna be further.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not in a lake, and I don't feel he's by a lake. I've not been shown the lake. I've just been shown the creeks. I'm just telling you what I see in the direction he's taking me. He even made me dream of this direction. So no, it's not up, it's the other way.
Got it.
Everybody that's going up towards Salt Lake, they're going the wrong way. This is because of the dream and because of the way he's taking me, it's that way. It's the way towards, like she's talking towards his property.
Oh. Then
right.
it's
I know, I understand, and I appreciate that. I'm not trying to argue either. I'm just letting you know what I see and trying to explain what I see and trying to explain the direction that I'm going. It doesn't have to be really deep sand, but it's just deeper sand. It's not the hard sand on those pathways, which I have been shown on a map that they exist. So.
And where's the other creek?
I'll send you a picture because it's more of a wider, because we did find it. We did find where there's a creek. We did find where there's a creek and then mountainous areas and then another creek, but it's just like on the map, but the map is like turned sideways when you see it like that. Like this way you can't really tell it's in between, but this way you kind of can. And it's like between Goose Creek is right here, and then there's another creek on the other side. I think it starts with an H. I don't know if those are the two creeks, but there is two creeks right there, and then there's like a, on the map, it's beige or mountainous area in the middle.
Okay, I do want to say one thing. That guy, that's Earthworm that I sent you, Earthworm Infotainment, and it's like FERtainment. He has the coordinates to that blown up trailer.
The thing that sucks is like these people that are doing the searches and stuff, they won't message me back, they won't email me back. I went to the mob crew and I was like, hey, you might want to check out my video because I have some areas, like maybe you're from the area, you can see what I'm talking about.
Right.
I got my comment liked. It was not, yeah, we'll check it out. It was not, let me take your information. It was nothing. So right. Unfortunately, these places, these people that are searching are not, they're just searching. They don't want my help.
Right. Well,
so then I get my hands tied and I get stuck between literally a rock and a hard place.
Right. No, I get it. I don't know. I don't even know what the answer is, but I was just, when I saw that, it reminded me of so many things that you said. Of course, naturally, I couldn't remember every single detail that you had said, but I went, she's got it, And like you said, it's the same thing about Jim Brenner. And I was like, bam, she's on it. I just, you know how your gut feels. Sorry.
Yeah.
And I was compelled to text you. I was compelled. I don't do that kind of stuff. I just kind of sit back and mind my own beeswax,
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's the thing is like, like I said, I've never had such a clear description of someone and then it come out to match that description to the T. And that was validation for me that that's what's responsible because I didn't get anybody else. If I would have got somebody else, I'd be like, okay, no, that's not the right person. Because you see these psychic detective episodes where they arrest someone, they're like, no, that's not the right guy. And it ends up not being the right guy. It wasn't, It wasn't like that. This is, and everyone is necessarily proven guilty. This is just all alleged.
Right, alleged, right.
And we're just talking here. But there's no way that all that information is wrong. I mean, one or two things I could see, but not when it's pointing directly at someone. Right. And then he's got this, not good past that he's one that can just blow up on the dime. And then when the mom started talking about Chase, I started second guessing, but I was like, no, there's No, I know who I saw. I know who I saw, and I didn't see more than one person.
I know, like I know, like I know, right?
Right. Like, it's just one of those things where, like, okay, if I would have got a brown-haired dude that he was, you know, he lives someone else and he was friends with, I could kind of say, okay, but this is like everything hit on this person.
Right.
And that literally, like, doesn't happen.
Well,
not that fast, not 3 weeks later, you know, and it's like, and people aren't recognizing that in the readings. Like, my TikTok for that one has 2 likes and like 300 and something views, and it's like, really? Do you guys not know? You not seen this?
mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to go because my daughter. Yeah, well, yes, because you
I'm-
want to show me all the things that you want, and you're not gonna go to sleep. Yes, it's Psychic Sleuth.
Oh, precious.
She loves her.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yes.
Well, I'm with you, and you know, Miss Sleuth, you work long hours, long hard hours. You know,
I do. People don't understand that. It's not just the times that I'm working here. It's like I'm constantly working because I'm also doing private readings, but then there's times I'm working on case where I'm just like constantly looking at maps. Like for Chrissy, I was looking at maps for 3 or 4 hours.
that would make me nuts.
It does make me nuts. I mean, because I get a little crazy because, like I say, I get pulled in different directions and I don't know why I'm being pulled in a certain direction. Like, it could just be that something happened in that place and I'm being pulled. And that's why I said, I don't even know if it's her, but we still got to check it just to make sure, you know? So sometimes the feelings are just stronger. Yeah. All night looking at maps, dude. Mm-hmm. And then for Chrissy, I've been stressed out about that because I kept thinking like, no, like this carjacking thing, like doesn't make sense. Like I've been thinking about this morning. She was all I could think about. And I don't know why. I feel like I'm missing something. And I mean, she could have been, she was in the passenger seat. I mean, I guess anything is possible at this point, but I mean, we don't really know until everything comes out. It could fit her still, but
actually this name Chrissy.
I don't know.
No, her name was Christine.
Oh, okay.
But some
I
people
call her
like
Chrissy
it.
because that's what came out. But yeah.
We have a lot of Hispanic names here where we live. So and we're used to the nicknames for the names, but not really for other names for you know, American names.
Yeah. Yeah, it is just being in the passenger side. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't sit in my passenger side when I'm stopped. I stay where I am. I don't get out and go to the other side. So that's that's a little weird, you know. So it makes me wonder a little bit if there's more involved than what we know. And then it starts making me say, well, maybe it is. Maybe that did happen, you know, and they drove her there or left her there or something. I don't know, because I wasn't shown that. I was shown different, like I said, I was shown different stages. So I don't know.
And there's been a lot of robberies in the past couple months. Like it's intensified where one small gated neighborhood will have had 3 car not carjackings, but the cars stolen. Yeah, not even break-ins. Their cars were stolen from a small gated community, and that's something that like 2 years ago and decades before you'd never hear of. And so you know, I'd be interested to see like what businesses captured her on camera. You know, did it happen right at her driveway? Was someone waiting for her there? Or, you know,
or later. Again, someone pushed their way into the car and, you know, I don't know. It's because like that dream was so vivid that I had about that except for the way she was found in the woods was not right. But the fact she was found was right. So honestly, I don't know. Like, I couldn't get a good reading on it for whatever reason. I just couldn't clearly see what happened. And that doesn't usually happen either. Usually I get a lot more information in cases. So it makes me sort of wonder if maybe it's too early. It was a little too early to try to talk to her, or again, other spirits in Texas, which are very bombarding, are taking over, and I can't get a clear read on her. And now I'm just like, I don't know if I want to even try or if I just want to leave it and see what happens, because my reading could be right. We just aren't aware of the whole details yet.
You know, I do wonder if you get Alamo a lot, because maybe the ghosts from the Alamo want to talk to you. And
well,
just,
the Alamo Cafe is really close to where she was.
That's true. And then I was going to say there is an Alamo Cafe near there.
And I get drawn to words, and then words will match like words around. It's not necessarily right next to them, but it'll be words around. And then those words will fit multiple cases, like Foster has been fitting everywhere lately. So
wow.
That's just a weird way that it works for me. And what I try to understand, I try to explain it, but I guess if people don't watch me enough and all that, like they don't really understand how I work, and they're quick to be like, oh my gosh, she's wrong. But it's like, you got to watch the reading, because like I always say, not everything is going to fit this reading. Like sometimes I do get interconnects. A lot of times they do, but like certain words and stuff might not fit here, certain names, whatever. It usually comes in a couple cases before. And in this instance, it's so weird because I kept seeing her in her car, and I kept seeing her in her car. I kept getting information asking about her medical, like what kind of medical issues she had. There was something with a damn coffee cup that I didn't say, but I keep seeing it to this day. So I don't know what it is, like the coffee cups that you put in the coffee cooler with the top on it. I don't know if she got coffee or what that's about. I'm not really sure. And then of course Maria Salinas came in, because that's got to be the over the embankment thing, because I got her last name. And then we just don't know. We don't know if she was carjacked or not. It's just because she was being in the passenger side. Yeah.
That is odd. And I was telling Psychic Sleuth that every state I've lived in, I always locked my doors immediately. And a few months into living in Texas, I noticed no one locked their car doors as they drove. And I was like, aren't you afraid of carjacking? There's no carjackings here. I mean, this was 20 something years ago. So, and I'm going to start locking my car doors when I'm driving.
I need to say something real quick to Charlie. Okay, for one, the reason why we talk about the likes is because it gets my video seen. Therefore, my video gets seen. The more people see it, the more people can help with location. The more people can hopefully get found. So that is what the likes are about, because of the algorithm. I don't care about people liking the damn videos because it's about someone's murder. This is not about that is not what this is about. This is about getting my video out so that people can see it, so that it can hopefully make a difference. That's one thing I want to say. Number two, just because you live in the area, I don't know, have you been hiking in those mountains over there? Because there are places that some people have never been that they don't know exist. So that could be, just because you live there doesn't mean you know of the area I'm talking about. It's not that I'm not listening to you, but I have to say what I'm seeing, and this is what I'm seeing. And usually what I see exists somewhere. So that's for that. But as far as the likes, it doesn't have to. I'm not like other people where I'm trying to get hundreds of thousands of likes. I just want my video out so that more people can help with the location or whatever.
And that's true, because the less likes, it'll be hidden. Like, you actually have
to. It has to do with the stupid algorithm.
You have to write the exact title or have the exact web link in order to see Psychic Sleuth's video, even if you type Dylan Rounds. Right. It's happened to me. Yep. But then when certain people get more likes, those videos are
over the
more
top.
likely to go in your feed either randomly because you like true crime or you're interested in true crime to help, or because you actively searched for it, for the name of the victim. Otherwise it gets hidden from people.
And I don't know what this is supposed to mean. Motives mean everything. Everybody that watches me and follows me knows what my motives are. My motives are to help find the missing, to give the voice a voice, to give the voiceless a voice. That's what my motives are. They're not for anything else. Otherwise, I would charge people when they come to me asking me to work on cases, which are very time consuming and take hours and sometimes weeks and sometimes months. And I don't charge. If you want to donate, that's fine. But I work a lot of cases for free. Every time that you see me here, you know how much I get paid from YouTube a month to do these multiple cases? $100. Can you live on $100 a month? I mean, come on. It's not
and for
like
the time.
Yeah, it's not like I'm making millions and millions of dollars on this. I'm literally doing it out of the goodness of my heart to try to help people. And anybody that follows me knows that's why I do it. If you are a first-time listener, then you obviously are not understanding or misunderstanding what my channel is about, and misunderstanding a lot of what you're mentioning right there. And she probably left, so she's probably not hearing any of this. But anybody else that wants to think that, and just because somebody's from an area, they don't know every single square mile of a place.
No. And
it's impossible.
Yes, that area out there is vast. I don't know anybody who has not driven through Nevada or Utah and Wyoming, South Dakota, North Dakota. All of that area out there it's just, you have a city and then you have miles and miles of something like just brush land. I don't know how to even describe it, but I've lived out there, and you can't just see, you can't know that. Like when you're in Denver, here's the way that I learned how northeast southwest was. When you're in Denver, if you can see the mountains are west. And that's how I learned how northeast south was in Denver. Do you understand what I mean?
Wow. Yeah, like when Siri tells you turn west, I'm like, no, right
exactly.
or left.
Exactly, because I have done everything like, okay, you turn left by the Sinclair gas station, and then you go down the road till you see the McDonald's, and then you turn right. That's how I did everything by landmarks. But when you're out there, they talk different, and they tell you to go west. You need to face the mountains. You'll always be true, and but out there in the middle of nowhere.
That's what I'm saying. Unless somebody's walked every single inch of that mountain, nobody can tell me if there's deep sand there or not.
Right. And if you watch that video again, like, calmly, and you listen to the talk, they talk about how you couldn't just see something right off the side of the road. You couldn't, because there's the gullies, there's the washouts, there's the everything. And then there's a lot of sagebrush and little juniper trees or cypress trees. I don't know what they're.
Well, I mean, I live in the desert. I mean, I know how the desert is. I live here, and I'm not going to cover every square inch of that. And I don't know what's everywhere. Like, unless it's humanly impossible to know what every part of somewhere in the mountains, if it has sounds or not.
Are you really in Arizona?
Uh-huh.
I lived there for 1 year, and that Satan heat drove me out.
I'm in the mountains. It's not as bad.
Oh, okay, up there. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, so I'm a little milder. I don't live in Phoenix where it's like 115.
It's ridiculous. Their cold water isn't even cold.
Quit it, Cheyenne.
No, I'm not kidding. You didn't have to take a shower with the hot water in the summer, because the cold water is plenty warm.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. So something I feel like I have to add to your new viewers is that I've watched you. I'm not sure how many years, and who your first case was that I started watching, but it's been more than 3 years. And something that I noticed with your accuracy was, as your confidence built with, no, I'm sticking with what I'm getting, because then I start doubting myself. And then, like, sometimes you find out later why you were getting that. You get more information when you stick to what spirit is telling you. And you can be open to other information that matches, but when you get sidetracked, when you used to get sidetracked, you would set it was because you were second guessing yourself in your interpretation of spirit, and that led to you going from being really right on, especially once a case was solved. You were like, oh my goodness, I had it in the beginning, and then I started doubting myself because
Because people say things and I listen to them. Yeah.
And then this person had this really good theory, and you go from one thing to another, and then you're not communicating with spirit because you're confident.
My mind is,
you have to raise your vibration. You have to be confident. So that's one of the reasons Psychic Sleuth is kind of sticks to her guns with when it's very clear, when it's a clear image or something that's repeated. It's for she's learned in years and years by getting cases right in the beginning and then shifting because she listened. She basically lost her confidence and started listening to all sorts of different theories, and she was like kicking herself in the butt because it was like, I was so close, like I was heading in the right direction.
Well, that's like Stephanie Parze. I literally had the screenshots of her area posted in the group and everywhere. And people, that's the thing, many times I'll have an area and they'll take me away from it because of what they feel or what they think or what they know. And it's like, no, like I'm feeling this area for a reason, and then it ends up being that area. That's where she was found. And if I would have been more adamant about it, and if I would have been like, no, this is where she's at, you know what I mean? It would have been different. But the problem is, and I noticed that, is like, even when I'm doing live readings and people, that's why I tell people, please do not put your intuitive thoughts. Please do not put your, what you think happened. Please do not put theories. Please do not put rumors, because it takes me off track. And it's because it's so hard to believe what you're getting sometimes. It's hard to understand what is from spirit and what is from your mind. And then sometimes other people's thoughts can come in and screw everything up. So if I say I see certain things a certain way, nothing that you tell me is going to change the way that I see it. So I don't know.
And don't take it as her being like mean or rigid. It's really like, I've through the years of watching her evolve, and I hope that you guys are open to continuing to watch, because you're gonna see a pattern, and how if she sticks with spirit, that and with the spirits she's communicating with, her spirit guides, because she's so connected, that she'll be really close, or she'll be spot on, and things will happen.
Well, like I told you, I've only just found you. I have only just found you, and I've been listening, and I pay attention, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to listen to more of this gal. Truly, I'm like anybody else. I don't like this flavor kind of ice cream, but I like.
Well, and frequencies attract other frequencies, but I don't do this for any other reason than for the right reasons. And if I was full of ego, or if I did it for some kind of other reason, I wouldn't have these gifts, and I wouldn't be able to do what I do, because spirit won't allow you to connect with them in the way that I connect with them. If you're full of ego, if you're doing it for the wrong reasons, it's just not going to be allowed. You know, God would have never gifted me with this if he thought I was going to use it for something bad. I mean, yes, I do have to help myself when I do this because it is an energy exchange thing. It does take energy to connect. And unfortunately, life isn't free. I wish I could do it for free, but this is my job. And just like Matt Frazier, this is his job. I don't see him doing it for free, but everybody gets all upset when we have to charge for our energy and our time. It's no different than you going to a nail person. Do you get your nails done for free? No, probably not.
Right,
Doctor,
right.
vet, anything. I mean, it's just we're providing a service. You know,
and as you're saying that, the meter's going crazy. It had been stuck on just like that first screen thing, and so maybe, I don't know.
1 second.
I just maybe Spirit is agreeing with her, validating
I think
what
so,
Rachelle is
but
saying.
it's true. Look, and back in the day, you know, back at the Trader's Post, you know, give you this fur, I'll give you this fur for your bear skin. I don't know.
Absolutely.
But you know what I mean?
Yes.
There was equal exchange, right? You know, so I don't know.
It's a service, and it's, you know, I see it as partly counseling, sometimes more effective than counseling, because you're getting faith back, or you're getting faith for the first time, faith that there's more than just what's here, faith that your loved one is okay, or that they forgive you.
Right. No, it happened tonight when she started talking about the headache, and for a moment I was like, well, I don't have a headache, and you were like, I don't have a headache, and then it hit me like all of a sudden, and I got a chill, and I'm like, okay, because do you know how hard it was for me to even get on tonight? I was having all kind of struggles, right?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and I mean, I literally, when I said I broke into a sweat, I was sweating. I thought, I guess Spirit doesn't want me to be a part of this, you know, but I want to be, you know.
I apologize. Roscoe decides he wants to get in my cupboard, untie the thing, and knock the bird food everywhere. So I have bird food
again.
Yeah, again. He's a little shit. And then Gidget's, you know, barking because she wants the bird food, and yeah, it's just.
Well, that's only because you offered up his cat balls to Spirit to touch.
He doesn't play with that. Like, the dogs would get it if I gave it to them.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
I look forward to that just too. Yeah, no, he's just, you know, he's a child cat, and he's a child. He's like a child. Just like that one out there that keeps putting toads in her mouth. She's a child. And jumping the fence and getting into my packages. She ate a whole thing of melatonin treats. Sorry, Lisa. I know you sent them to me, but she got through the fence and got in the package and ate the whole thing. So,
oh my god,
she's probably sleeping really good right now.
Were they treats for dogs with melatonin?
They're treats for dogs. Yeah, so she's okay.
Wow.
Oh my stars.
She the last 3 days or 4 days, she's got a death wish. At first it was, I come home and, you know, the fly traps that have the fly bait in them was strewn everywhere. The fly bait was missing. So I started freaking out. She ate the fly bait. So I gave her a bunch of charcoal and water and stuff. She was okay. She was absolutely fine. The next day she decided she's going to put a toad in her mouth, and she killed that one. So toads are toxic to dogs, in case nobody knows. Any toads are toxic to dogs because when they grab them, they release a toxin. So I take her over to the hose and I spray out her mouth. You're supposed to put their mouth down and spray it out. So I spray it out for a couple of minutes, right? So I put her on the deck for the rest of the night, slept on the damn couch to make sure she was okay. She threw up once the next morning. Then the next day I'm out, and it was crazy. It was like intuition, because I didn't have my camera on. Like, you can turn it on live and watch. And I was like, oh, I'm going to turn it on live real quick. And right then I saw her grab the damn toad. So that was lucky, because anymore she probably would have killed herself. Then last night she decided she's going to go get another toad. and I'm chasing her, and she goes and sets it down over there. The toad's alive. So then I go and I rinse out her mouth again and tie her back up on the deck. She's tied on the deck now, but I tried to make it to where she couldn't go under, but apparently she can. So
Oh my God.
anyways, then today she's got something else in her mouth. I'm like, what do you have? Please don't let it be a toad. I'm thinking it's the middle of the day. It's probably not a toad, but from far away, it looked like it had a tail. So it was probably a mouse or something. She took it out into the field and brought it back when I left. And I went over there and I'm like, where's it at? She's all licking the rock. I was like, okay, well, the thing is gone. She's still alive, so it probably wasn't a toad. I go outside. She's on the other side of the fence into my package. I get over there. She's eating a whole thing of melatonin treats. I'm like, oh my gosh, because I feel bad because Lisa sent them to me. Sorry, Lisa.
Well, the dog liked them.
And
the dog needed to rest.
Well, yeah, now she, and then I was like, I'm going to OD her, and Shazam sends me a thing like saying they don't really OD on those kind of treats. So she's secret. No, dude, because, well, no, she's just stupid is what she is. I mean, I love her to death, but she's the dumbest dog in the world.
I told Rachelle while she has her tied up to the deck, if she ends up running and the deck breaks or something, I want to see the live.
She actually just doesn't try to run. She just kind of, I think she can get to like the ramp and go underneath. And I tried to make it shorter so she couldn't do that because I found her there this morning and I think she went there tonight. But she's going to sleep really good. 29 of those. She'll sleep really good.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
But at least she's a huge dog. So at least there's that.
Oh my
And she had just eaten. So those are the shenanigans at my world.
No.
That's good.
I've almost had a heart attack 3 days in a row with her. She's got like a death wish, dude. She's 9 lives like a cat, like vanished and forgotten said. Like she's got 9 lives, dude. I'm just lucky. Both times I was out there was when she grabbed the toad and she stopped because usually she runs out into the field and I can't catch her with whatever she's got. So luckily she stopped. Maybe it didn't taste too good. I don't know. But the toad's sitting there looking at me like, what just happened? Just in the dog's mouth. That's what just happened. At least she didn't hurt that one. She was very gentle with it, obviously, because it was still alive.
Wow.
All right, ladies. Well, it's 10 after 4 my time.
Oh, wow. I know. We've been on here for almost 5 hours. It's the longest live.
Oh, my gosh.
Ever.
I know.
Well, this was very nice.
Yes.
It was cool, though, right? Like, now we can have panels and talk about I don't know, spiritual stuff. We can do readings. Yeah. We can have people come on and validate things. I mean, I don't know. Like, I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I only get 20 hours. We've taken almost 5 of them. So
well, I'm sorry. Well, we were guinea pigging it. You got to learn.
Yeah, we were guinea pigging it. Yes. It's a guinea pig thing.
And you like animals, so here you got 2 of us here.
That's right. It worked out beautifully. Like
it did.
I got to socialize, which is something I don't get to do often anymore. So, and socialize with the right people, and I got to meet you and got to see Shazam's face, and
it's just. It kind of sucks because that one person, she like just, I don't think she knows any, I don't know. I feel bad when people think different things of me that aren't true and they think I'm not listening. It's not that I'm not listening. It's that like I know what I'm being shown. Right. And you don't know if that area exists. And the likes are not about me. The likes are about the video being seen, which in turn is for the missing people. Because the whole reason I do this is not just to do readings on missing people, which of course that is important because it gives the voiceless a voice, but it's also to get their cases seen. A lot of people don't even know that certain people are missing. And that's why I try to do all different kinds of cases. Whatever case comes to me, if I feel pulled to it, I'll do it. So doesn't matter, kid, old person,
all walks of
male,
life,
female,
all religions,
all races, all anything. It doesn't matter to me.
And she's one of the few that really does just what
Diversify.
Everyone is a human being, you know. Everyone is a human being and important, and that's one thing that I noticed immediately from Psychic Sleuth, because you look at
I have no judgment. I've worked many people who have had loved ones who passed from overdose, who have been shot because they're gang members. Like, it doesn't matter to me. We come here to learn lessons. We screw up, and a soul is a soul, and that's plain and simple. I mean, I even channeled Ted Bundy. You know anybody else that does that?
Yeah, there's that. Yeah, so that would be what I would be afraid of. But like,
he wasn't scary though. He really, honestly wasn't. I was not afraid in the least bit of him at all. And I've always wanted to channel him. Why? I don't freaking know. I'm weird, I guess, but I've always had a thing with him. I actually had a yellow bug at one time, and it used to flash in front of my eyes into like the older style bug. It was weird, but you know,
he told you that they talk about you. I don't know what he meant by they. If the criminals or you know, they the
spirits. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't just saying that like just to say that. Like, I really heard him say that. And he could just
talk about you?
Yeah.
I haven't watched
Which,
that
I
one
mean,
yet.
it would make sense. I'm channeling for a bunch of cases. I channel a bunch of people's loved ones. I mean, the spirit knows who to go to, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it makes sense. If someone's a medium, they're gonna talk about you on the other side. It's just, you know.
This is the
She
go-to.
wants another Ted Bundy video, Vanished and Forgotten Dead. I might do another one. I don't know. He kind of, the second one was different, and I don't know if it was actually his cases or he was talking about other serial killer cases on the second one. But the first one was released. If you have not seen it yet, Robin.
No, I look, I told you, I skipped that one.
Why? It's not bad.
Seriously, it wasn't a scary one.
It wasn't scary at all.
For a while myself, because I was getting a lot of anxiety.
Yes.
You know, because I like true crime, but then it affects me. I have anxiety anyway. And I was like, no, this is not a good time for me to, you know, like hear from Ted Bundy.
All right, I will try and listen.
It wasn't bad. He just validated cases that people have thought he's involved in but have no proof in, and he sounded like himself, a little narcissistic and charming. Like that was, you know, that was it. And he wasn't scary at all. Like, I'd be kind of a little scared. I don't know. I mean, there's other serial killers I want to do too, but for some reason he doesn't scare me. And what's weird is I don't think he's in the light either, because I kept seeing dark behind him, and I've only seen that with him and one other person. What's his face? The one from Full House. I can't remember his name right now.
Bob Saget.
Yeah, Bob Saget. There's only ones that I saw with black behind them. But usually I see them in the light. Like, I haven't seen anybody that isn't in the light. Well, I can't remember about Alexis's boyfriend, because I channeled him too. Because I like to see if, which was weird because they both showed me the same place. So I'm so confused. If they showed me that place and the map is going the other direction, I don't know why I'm getting that place. But I did get Jackson, which is by where the place is. So I don't know. But
I watched your O.J. Simpson one.
Yeah, I did O.J. Simpson.
I did. I watched it because I remember being glued to the TV watching that, you know, because I
thought it would have a lot more watches, because on TikTok it had like 6,000 views and like all these, not a lot of likes, and that was just saying that I had done a Patreon video, and then everybody saying, yeah, he's guilty. So that's why I did a Patreon on it, thinking I get more Patreons, and then we said, well, let's release it and see if we can, you know, grow the channel. It was more like everybody wanted to know what happened, and I gave Nicole and him a voice in hopes that they could kind of tell everybody what happened, and I thought it would actually be watched more, but I don't know. I've been kind of playing around with the titles and stuff to see if I can, because I know that's important, like the titles and everything.
Mhm.
Which
Well, and also whatever is trending now, because they're all like,
yeah, but
what
there's
is
some
it?
stuff that is trending that I don't want to do a reading on. Like,
Right, I don't blame
like,
you. No,
I see like the one guy that does cards. What is his name? Aphrodite or whatever his name is.
Aphrodite.
Yeah. Okay, so he does like readings on like the weirdest stuff, and I'm just not interested. I don't get really interested in the celebrity stuff. Like there's a few celebrities like Paul Walker, Kobe, like those ones I would like to do readings on to see. Marilyn Monroe, like things like that. Like Marilyn Monroe I'll probably do tomorrow for Patreon. But other than that, like the whole drama thing, I don't like the drama. I don't like the whole Hollywood drama thing at all. And I know he does it like to grow his channel and for views and stuff, but he does it like on a lot of weird random things.
Is that the guy that has the pink room?
Sorry. I'm gonna have to get up and let him out.
The pink room?
His background is all pink. There's somebody, I don't know. I saw one not too long ago on, and I can't remember if he did Dylan Rounds or he did somebody else, but he has a lot of pink in his thing. I don't know all these people.
Yeah, that's who you're talking about. He has pink. Yeah, that's him.
Okay, that's him. Yeah, I have seen him. Yeah. But he seems like he just talks so smoothly, fast when he's doing it. So it's like, I feel like he might have something. He's not just like fake.
Yeah, no, I think he's pretty accurate, but like again, the cards are how we perceive the information. Same thing.
Right. I don't know how to do this. I have
Dude, stop acting like weirdos right now.
I think
the more you play with them, the better you get at reading them.
Well, I think I would probably make up my own meanings to them because I feel like, why do I have to do what you say? Because it doesn't feel right to me. So I don't know.
They even sell blank cards.
Right.
Where you can write your own stuff.
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, that's what I want. You know what? I actually made crime cards, but they don't work really well, honestly. Like I just made them out of these, but I haven't seen like them be very accurate, so I don't know.
It's because you're the highest power there.
Right.
Forget the cat balls. Forget the meters.
No, the cat balls. I want the cat balls to go off. Damn it! I want them just to touch it. Like just, I need to touch it.
Well, maybe you get lucky.
Well, even in haunted place, they don't touch it. It's annoying.
Oh my god!
I'm like we're in one of the most haunted places, and you guys aren't touching my damn cat balls. What the hell is wrong with you? Come on, touch them.
You know what?
Good night.
I'm gonna go give my pillow some head and dream about cat balls, I guess.
Yeah, and get some melatonin treats.
It's been
good night.
Good night.
All right. Good night, guys.
Bye.
Bye.